You just heard the intro and Outbreak of Evil from Sodom's In the Sign of Evil EP from 1985. This is Reco Metal Podcast International Thrash Series Part 1. This is Mark.
And this is Jason. Yeah, this is Sodom, the early years. And we also heard Persecution Mania there, too. Get a little double shot to kind of open things up a little. But, yeah, man, Shrill Cries.
I was a little rusty. I was just focusing on that first line.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a bit.
It's been a hot minute, but you get the great opening, the great chorus, Shrill Cries, Angel Dies, Outbreak of Evil. I mean, it's like, you fucking want to thrash along with that. But
some good typewriter drums.
Yeah. I mean, basically what you get with those two songs, and we'll kind of catch everybody up. I mean, you get this like iconic kind of hellish intro, that's very of its time. You kind of they do like the warm up harmonics, some minor chord. Almost like a weird like black Brave Murder Day kind of tease with like the little minor chord thing going on there, and then plodding, sloppy, fucking blackened thrash, straight from Germany's like industrial belt,
coal mines and venom worship.
Yeah, I mean it's punk, DIY, no frills. For me, I first heard Outbreak of Evil from that Vader cover record. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was kind of a prolific. It had a great cover, better than any cover Vader had ever had before.
Yeah, I know.
And then all the stuff that was inside there too. There's wasn't there a Terrorizer cover? And
that was the first time for me because of like me being a few years behind you guys. First time I ever heard Possessed. They did 7 churches, or they did death metal. 2 Terrorizer songs. First time I heard Dark Angel was on that. So it was like a pretty formative like cover CD for me. Yeah, anyways, and then the first time I ever heard fucking Sodom as well. But, Witch Hunter's drums on Outbreak of Evil, I said that they're a gift, as is the primitive singular appearance of Grave Violator on guitars. So We'll talk more about those guys. But, one of the things I wanted to do with the sort of opening of this is to pair kind of the two sides of the Sodom coin, I guess, at the beginning of what you're going to get, because Outbreak of Evil represents kind of like phase 1 of them, and then I think Persecution Mania, it's a good contrast with the more polished kind of catchy nature of the title track there. You get Frank Blackfire, we'll talk a lot about him. He's more kind of metallic, precise kind of guitar playing. And
Harris Jones, a producer too. Like this, the first record they actually had an actual producer, not an engineer involved.
I think it's Harris Johns, right?
It's Johns. I've got it written down here multiple times.
But yeah, check that out. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like this duality of Sodom, right? One of kind of Teutonic and frankly, all of Thrash's most consistent acts. I think that's like the thing I come away with Sodom. Do you figure it out what the name is?
No, I'm still. I think I miswrote it once, and then let me look up.
It wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I'm known for my mispronunciation.
It is Harris Johns, yes.
Johns, okay.
It's proper the rest of my notes.
He's like the guy, creator, and he did a lot of stuff on like Noise. I feel like Noise Records. He was kind of like one of their in-house kind of guys that did a lot of production for them. I feel like, but
he did an incredible amount. I mean, he did like stuff for like Amon Amarth and
later on,
Celtic Frost, Corner.
Yeah, he was on. Yeah, exactly. Like
Dimension Zero. I mean, he's got hundreds of things he's worked on, like kind of all across the board.
Yeah, we're back. This has been kind of crazy. We're a little rusty. I was just reminding Mark, it's been almost like 2 months since we've sort of done this. We kind of did a little vacations, a little summer vacation style, which as a teacher I can kind of relate to. It's kind of nice every so often.
Well, yeah, and then I completely uprooted my existence. Getting ready to sell a house and moving 3 hours north to a 40-acre farm. Luckily, we didn't know if we were going to be able to actually record remotely. So this is a nice thing that Verizon decided to put out these boxes that I can actually get on the internet with, instead of having to go drive every time we need to get together.
Sure. Yeah. And if anybody, I guess, is like just discovering us for the first time, maybe through the Rebel Girls episode, or because you kind of heard about this international thrash thing through recommendations or whatever. Because I think our last thrash series got kind of passed around a lot, I think, through some circles in a cool way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping this one does as well. And Sodom's a big band that maybe some people haven't checked us out before will check out. But we normally try and do, an episode or two a month. They're longer, bigger ones. I mean, our last Rebel Girls episode, that could have been 3 parts, really. It was like 7+ hours total, but we just decided to release it as one chunk, and you could kind of listen to it as you saw fit. And that was kind of a choice, knowing we were going to kind of go probably on some hiatus. I was heading to Spain, and it was the end of school, and you were doing these 2 houses, trying simultaneously to fix up 2 houses at once and move. And
yeah,
it's been nuts.
It's been wild. Yeah, normally we're known for 7.5+ hour episodes, but
6 hours.
Yeah, these might we might kind of like take our foot off the gas a little bit on some of those and do more digestible ones for people.
Break Sodom up into 2 parts. I think at first I was like, we can do it in one, but there's a lot here.
There's a lot of music to hear too.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, one of the last things I wrote after Persecution Mania is that they're really up there in terms of being one of the most consistent acts in thrash. There's no doubt about it. Like, you could put them in the camp with like Overkill, Slayer, Testament. I mean, who's had a more consistent career, outside of some of those bands of, there's a couple, I don't want to say misses, but there's like some lesser albums, but they never really go in the toilet like a lot of the bigger thrash bands did. And even some of their contemporaries like Creator and
look what Creator did with Renewal. Yeah. Like, it's such a turkey to do that right after, arguably one of their best albums, Coma of Souls. And I just Destruction, they've kind of been off my radar for quite a while. The first, handful of up until like Mad Butcher or something, I'm on board with, but all the other stuff's like,
but yeah, it's just, I mean, there's a handful of bands almost on one hand that you can count and say like, and I'm not like in metal, but just in like the thrash realm, who didn't somehow in the 90s kind of go off course completely and then have to like either never find their way back or eventually find their way back. Like I said, Testament, Overkill, Slayer, those are the ones that come to mind. I don't know if there's one that you can think of that I'm missing out of that. I mean, Sodom, obviously I'm throwing into that camp, but I mean, Megadeth,
I'd argue that the Testament fell off, kind of had some falters there for a while.
Yeah,
they were trying out something new with like, with the Gathering and like Dogface God and some of that.
Yeah, I think that stuff's just as like that stuff's like really good. I think
I had a real problem with him doing death metal vocals.
You did?
I did. As being a death metal guy, I thought like, what a waste. Like most guys can't sing. Like the guys that stop doing death vocals do like really bad, whatever, normally clean vocals or whatever, but he started to kind of integrate it more into things, but it really threw me off for some reason.
I bet if you go back to some of those records a little, they hold up a little bit better than you think. But I mean, I get it. Like Demonic is like not a great record, and it didn't have like Alex on it, so it's basically just one guitar, so it's pretty simple and pared down. But I mean, even what Tom's going to do with Tapping the Veins and stuff, some of the thrash bands, they either got lighter or, they kind of put their foot on the gas a little into the heavier realms. And, that's interesting.
I do quite enjoy Tapping the Vein. I got plenty to say about that when we get to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, but again, like I think, and again, I'm not saying that Sodom or that Overkill didn't have missteps, because even Slayer, with Diablos, I mean, that's like not like my favorite Slayer record, but
or even the last one, they've tried to keep that certain aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah. They tried to stay the course, and at least like Testament didn't like try and get like too commercial. You know what I mean? That's, I guess, maybe what it was like. They always kind of like, kept their eye on the prize, I suppose. But
they fell into more of like the big 8, where they were the other 4, Exodus and Overkill and them. And I don't know who else we'd throw in there, but
yeah, I mean, so I guess just as like a little intro, I said, never as big as Creator, never as comedically fun as Tankard, or as flashy technical as Destruction. The other, I guess, big 3 of the big 4 German, thrash bands. Mm-hmm. I said Tom Angelripper, also known as Thomas Such. I think Such is the consistent pulse. Is that how you?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Is the consistent pulse and quality control of Teutonic thrash. And I said perhaps the German equivalent of Slayer mixed with Overkill in terms of consistency. So Germany is really the natural place to kind of start our international thrash series, as Teutonic thrash is the only well deep enough to stand up to America at times. I said, we'll return here probably more than once in this series, but Sodom is a fun place to start. So
I think that Teutonic thing also, that whole scene influenced like the stuff we were into way more, like the next layer of, or next level of generation of extreme metal. Like there's so much Sodom and Sepultura as well. And a lot of the South American bands seem to really, they were the more aggressive sides of thrash as far like vocally, and because it's, it's borderline like, black metal, death metal vocals more so than like Creator is still a little more screechy. Tankard is, I don't really know how I would describe the vocals. Like, they're not as, guttural or more as extreme of them. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and Destruction was just they had their own thing going on, but I think they're like the most really like the most primal version of Teutonic metal.
Yeah, especially in those early records.
There's points where they, depending on one of the 12 guitar players, or I think it's like 6, but all the different random guys, like one dude's there one time and died of a drug overdose, and but there's like these certain little hot spots throughout. And I think looking at or reading some interviews too, like figuring out, he actually talked a little bit about how the writing process worked, and how, like, because with all these different guitar players, like how does this work? Because it's not really their band. It's really, Tom's been the kind of
he's the guiding force,
Absolutely. And really he came to arrangement and, lyrics and getting the vocal line and everything in there as well. So a lot of the guitar players would come in with riffs, then he'd turn them into Sodom songs. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So I guess to sort of open things up before we dive full into Sodom, again, sorry for the vacation for those of you who've been eagerly awaiting. We kind of, we've had this series in mind for a while. I've kind of mapped a lot of things out. It was just a matter of when to pull the trigger. And we wanted to get that Patreon episode in for the winning patron. We got a lot of really positive feedback about Rebel Girls, and we'll read some of that later. If that was a little light for you, perhaps, or it didn't tickle your fancy, here we are. We're back. I can't get much more meat and potatoes metal than Sodom, so hopefully this is good for you. What we're going to try and do with the series, I guess, is, the last time we did the American Thrash series a couple years ago, kind of during, I think right before COVID, or right as, I'm trying to remember when, but I think it was in the midst of COVID when we kind of started it.
Yeah, it was, because I remember getting I think it was maybe right before, because like the shipping rates for the UK were really cheap. And I was picking up a lot of records and finding a bunch of the other ones from getting those maybe it was a little later into the stimulus check. I remember getting some of the like stuff I normally wouldn't have bought because of its price.
Yeah, I think it was that fall of 2020. So we had like gotten through the summer, and then I think we started the international thrash thing, like kind of or not the international, the American thrash thing, like right as like school was starting. I kind of remember like September, October. But my mind is mud as far as time is concerned at this point. I remember weird, stupid shit like that. But basically what we're going to try and do is like a couple episodes of the International Thrash series, and then kind of like a normal or two normal kind of like Requiem kind of episodes that are a little, just whatever we're in the mood for kind of thing. Just
we're going to break it up so it's not this like monolithic, 7 months of the same style,
like we did with Doom and American. It's cool, and it kind of has this monolithic element to it. But I think almost for our own brains too, just to give us a little bit of a break. And some of this is going to require a little bit more moving pieces, because we're looking at different countries sometimes, and there's a lot of different things kind of happening there. And so, like for example, because we sort of feel bad that we took so long, we're actually going to be recording a Patreon exclusive episode probably in the next couple weeks. That's going to be part of the International Thrash series. Now, if you're not a Patreon, at the end of this series, we'll probably eventually release it as a normal episode. But we're going to be looking at the Dutch and Belgian thrash scenes, and there's a lot of obscure stuff there. And like I was texting Mark yesterday, like, just trying to track some of these things down to get the songs like, ripped and find, proper versions of them. It's a real fucking pain. And I've actually spent like two days on it. And two of the rips like on Mark's end weren't working, like it worked. It looked like it created files. It said they were MP3s. And then on your end, it's like not showing up. And so.
Yeah. You try to drag them in and nothing shows up for some reason.
Like some of that stuff.
There's different codecs and different software that is looking for stuff that's not officially licensed or whatever, and like it's hard getting this stuff because we're not getting rich on this. This is a labor of love, and the money that we do get from donations and from Patreon just goes to for our research, for different bills and stuff, and we're not putting like native ads, and actually I guess it's only been a couple shows, maybe 3 or 4 at this point, but like we run our own server now, so we don't have to worry about people putting, some type of medical device ads before our shows or anything. So we should be completely free to, be the arbiters of our own content.
Yep. Yeah. And so, thanks to Jordan Bondo, by the way, for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, so that's kind of like how we're going to go. So yeah, if you're, in like an episode like that, like part of the problem is I even looked at some of those, they don't even exist. There's like no CDs for them. They were like released as vinyl in 1987, and it's obscure as shit, that kind of thing. Or the prices are so exorbitant, there's no way that we could track down like original copies. So it takes a while to put some of those episodes together. So I think kind of doing that will give our fans a little bit of break, especially if you're not like a thrash person by nature. You might be interested in the stories we're telling and stuff, but like that way you're not just getting inundated with nothing but thrash,
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go.
I know Joseph Schaefer wants to be inundated with nothing but thrash, but not everybody does, so. Speaking of which, check out his the new Colony Drop album. So it's cool that they're putting together, inspired a lot by our first thrash series. He'll often say,
is that out now or?
Yeah, I don't know if it's out official. I know the vinyl is out, but he sent me some files and stuff like that to check out. But it might be on Bandcamp. I've been kind of out of it a little bit. I haven't bought a lot of new stuff. Honestly, I've been kind of I've had my own stuff. I've been in Spain and kind of on a couple of other little expeditions. I've been helping my girlfriend like doing like house stuff. So I'm just kind of it's like Mark. I'm kind of like fading in and out of like like society here and there. So I've listened to like the new Black Braid quite a bit and a few other kind of new things. But it's been kind of, I don't know. I need to devote some more time to it, I suppose. But the Colony Drop. I mean, he said like a lot of the stuff we like exposed him to on that first kind of 10 episode run we did with American Thrash was a real big inspiration for him, which is cool.
Cool. Is he doing vocals?
Oh my God. I don't want to say because I forgot. I can't remember if he plays an instrument and sings or I'm pretty sure.
I remember he was telling us about it, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe before we were doing the Tribulation show or something, but I've got too much stuff in my head to remember things like that. But,
yep.
But so definitely check it out.
I was not prepared for Mark to ask me that question, so I don't have an answer.
What kind of fan are you, man?
Yeah. But speaking of patrons, we'll shout them out at the end too. But we've had quite a few patrons over the last couple months, which is awesome because we haven't released an episode. So like that shows the dedication. Maybe people are discovering Requiem through some of these big episodes. But wanted to give a shout out to Michael Held, Roop, Roop, I think I pronounced that, Groove, Fripe Persson, John Burkhold, and Daniele Petro. So some international folks in there, which is cool. I love getting international support, and got a lot of cool letters and feedback on stuff that we'll read at the end of part 1 here, or probably some for part 1, maybe some for part 2, but pretty awesome. Yeah, indeed. So if you aren't a patron and you want to sign up to give us some support because you like what we do, go to patreon.com /Requiem podcast. And sign up, $5, $10 a month, something like that. It was awesome. And then you get exclusive access to a bunch of bonus episodes, including the one that we're going to do on Dutch and Belgian thrash very soon. So if you're a thrasher and you want to know a lot more about a bunch of fucking obscure bands, because let me tell you, there's some obscure shit that's coming down the pike there. Some really cool discoveries, though. I'll be honest. I'm pretty excited to talk about some of them. But anyways,
plus, with the all the strikes, in Hollywood right now, we are offering more entertainment than most streaming services right now.
Yeah, we're your content creators.
So we're cheaper than Netflix. We have I don't say we have more content, but we have better consistent content than Netflix does. And we can go with you when you're driving, which is always a plus.
We're instantly portable. Yep, headphones. Yes. Yep, exactly.
Hundreds of episodes that we've had in the past. People travel cross country just listening to the show.
Crossroad Truckers, man. That's our crew. So, but you actually ran into a patron on one of your recent little expeditions, didn't you?
I did. I was out at the wine of gods, blood of gods. It's a wine and heavy metal event. Ronnie Sanders on Instagram. He's one of our patrons as well, I believe. Had a great time talking with him, chatting about, metal music and his kind of entry points into it. He's a little older than us by maybe, I don't know, he's maybe like 4 or 5 years older than me. So he had a little bit different entry point, but just absolutely loves all this. He's more on your end of the, he loves discovering new stuff constantly. He's like, what, don't you have, that was one of the conversations we had. And I was just like, I just listen to old crap unless somebody really points it out, or it's like, I'm doing a decibel illustration. They're like, oh, here, check out this. We're going to be doing, Black Braid or whatever it might be. Yeah. So I'll check them out, but I get so many promo things. I don't know what to look at. So I just go back to what feels comfortable.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it was really nice to be out there, and he's a hell of a guy.
It's cool when we get to sort of meet fans and stuff like that. So, and for people that are longtime Requiem listeners, I got to tell this story because this is fucking cool, especially if you're like an OG Requiem person and you followed like our stories about how we met and all that sort of stuff. This is pretty cool. I don't know if you and I have really chatted about this, but so like Chris, the esteemed Chris Dick, was home for the summer, and unfortunately Mark couldn't join us. But Chris, myself, Chris's wife, and a fellow Patreon, Luke Walker, we all went and saw Atheist and Cynic down at Mark's old stomping grounds, the Sanctuary in Hamtramck.
3 blocks from my old house.
Yeah, got to hang out with Kelly Schaefer. He's up for doing some stuff, so we'll probably plan on an Atheist show in the future and probably a Cynic show because like Paul's down for doing some stuff with that too. It was cool. And nice. Jason Duda was there from the Into the Combine podcast, my former student. If you want a podcast that looks at new music a lot more, check out Into the Combine. Those are guys that are like 10 years younger than me, and so they're as hungry as we were 10 years ago to keep looking at a lot of new shit. But anyways, it was great, and we're kind of standing there, and it was right before Atheist started, and I turn around, I'm talking to Chris, and I'm like looking. And I lean in on Chris. I go, Chris, is that Garrett? And he goes, and he turns around and he sees a guy named Aaron Clammer, who
Detroit or Grand Rapids guy.
Yeah. And Garrett's standing next to him. And
I don't know if I'd recognize him.
Who Garrett is, okay? The origin story of Mark and I meeting, and we've told this story many times, and this is actually going to lead somewhere because this actually leads to Sodom. All right. So trust me, this story takes us to where we need to go. I had met I had met Chris because he was working at the record store. I've told that story before. And obviously I knew what Requiem was, but at the time Mark had been out in, kind of the, Pennsylvania area working for Relapse and stuff. So Mark wasn't really around when I first kind of started hanging out with Chris, like the first couple of years. And so Chris, as soon as I graduated high school, talked me into going to Milwaukee Metal Fest in 1997, that summer. It was actually on my birthday, I believe, July 25th, 26th. And I was like, cool, yeah, I'm up for it. I have no idea, no expectations. I'm fucking down. And Mark fucking pulls up in your little Toyota, and that was the first time I met Mark. And we got in the car, and it was the three of us. And then we stopped in Grand Rapids and picked up some dude at Meyer named Garrett, and went to Metal Fest, did our thing, dropped Garrett off, and I have fucking not seen Garrett since July of 1997. And here we are, fucking atheists.
It's like 26 years ago.
Yeah, I just turned around. There's fucking Garrett, and then like I said that, and like Luke, who listens, to every episode, he goes, "Wait, like Garrett, that the origin story, Garrett?" I was like, "Oh, you know?" He goes, "Yeah, you guys talk about him all the time." Like, holy shit! So it was a really interesting moment. We took some photos together and shit, post them on social media. Those of you that follow, us on Facebook.
I'll have to look. I don't know if I saw. I saw those or if I didn't recognize him, but
yeah, you might not have, but he's not on Facebook, so I couldn't tag him. So maybe I didn't, maybe you just didn't know who that other guy was standing in the photo with us.
Because I'd recognize Aaron. I saw him at like an Opeth show 12 years ago or something.
Yeah, but it was wild, dude. It's just weird to turn around and see somebody you haven't seen in 26 years just standing at a metal show, and you're like, holy fuck. So
it's like some of these I've been doing some interviews for a book in the last year or so, and I was talking with some guys from the two guys that started up Relapse, and I was like, we hadn't talked in 27 years. Or no, it was like, can you believe it's 27 years since I worked for Relapse?
You worked there, yeah.
I was like, holy shit! And they're like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, wow, I know. I mean, I can't believe I graduated high school 26 years ago. I mean, that's kind of where that's at for me, because I was right after. So.
Yeah, it's wild. But just to know, like the way the metal community works and stuff, like just seeing Jeff Wagner down in North Carolina, like we've known each other since I was in high school.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I know it is. It's a weird interlaced kind of community. But it was funny because I turned around, I kind of was like, "Hey, are you Garrett?" And he just goes, "Holy shit, Jason Hundy." And I was like, I can't believe he knew my name or whatever, maybe from Eclipse days or whatever. He might have followed Chris.
What's his last name? Do you remember?
Fuck, no.
Is it Pohl or something?
I don't know. Chris might remember, but I just
feel like it's Pohl.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I feel like he did something for us at some point. I don't remember now. Okay. I could be completely misremembering.
But it was fun. It was pretty cool. We took some photos and did all that. But I gotta say, Cynic melted my brain, dude. That was one of the coolest shows I've ever fucking been to. Like, it was pretty transcendent. And like,
were they doing Focus in its entirety or something? Yeah,
they did all of Focus, and then they played some new stuff. And the new stuff was like kind of like cool. It was almost like trance, like kind of meditative, and really it just brought you to a place that was very specific. And yeah, it was great. I mean, Atheist fucking killed it too.
What was he doing vocal wise? Was it that weird like
he did that thing? But then I think the guitar player or the bassist was doing all the death stuff. It was cool. So like it worked really, really well.
Because that's my big problem with that is I think Chris ended up getting the initial mix. Like
the demo promo of it had the death vocals on it.
It was all death vocals. Then we got that weird flanger thing, and I've always been wishy-washy on that.
I've kind of grown to love it. It's its own weird. It's so unique. Like, fuck it, like everybody else is doing death vocals. So if one band wants to do something fucking bonkers, why not? But it was cool. It sounded great. But anyways, yeah. So there you go. And the reason I bring that up is because for me, Milwaukee Metal Fest '97 is where I got into Sodom, because that's where you got me excited, because you found the sort of In the Sign of Evil, Obsessed by Cruelty SPV Steam Hammer that a vendor was selling for like $20. You're like, holy shit, they got fucking Sodom. And I was like, oh. And you guys were on the lookout for like Sodom and Destruction records, because those are really hard to come by, I think, outside of the ones you guys stole from the the radio station.
Some of them are in the trash, but yeah, most of them are gently acquired.
We stole some things. They were how about this? They were unused. Yes. No one gave a shit about them.
Yeah, we rehomed them.
Exactly. But yeah, so it was that same Milwaukee Metal Fest that like you convinced me to buy the In the Sign of Evil, Obsessed by Cruelty on CD,
That's awesome. I vaguely remember that.
I didn't know anything else about German thrash outside of Creator. Like obviously I was into Creator by that point, but I didn't know. I had not heard Destruction, I don't think, or Sodom or anybody else and stuff. So, it was interesting too, because I think the reason you guys were like kind of getting into that is because obviously a lot of the black metal bands were name dropping that stuff, but also like I kind of remember like even like the Dark Tranquilities and some of the Gothenburg bands were talking about how they took a lot more influence from some of the Teutonic thrash than they even did like the American thrash sometimes,
Yeah, absolutely. And with the second wave of black metal coming out too, it was just like I remember it was tough to find that. Like I remember finding, always hearing about Bathory, then finding Bathory, but it wasn't the first record. It was only the Jubileum Part 2 or something. Like it was really hard to find any of these other bands. And then like when that stuff, some of that stuff started coming through the Relapse mail order when I was down there too.
Yeah.
And it was, it was just like, finally we can hear all this stuff that's, these bands have been talking about for, since 92 or something.
It's so weird just to think. I mean, again, we sound like old people, but like, if you're a younger fan, it was just so weird to not be able to have access to the music you wanted to hear. You couldn't just, grab it on YouTube or whatever. But
you had to know somebody, or you had to, have enough clout with your own collection to get stuff through tape trading. It was totally different, a different vibe. And if you could find a Sodom record, it wasn't the one you wanted. And you're like, this is what's influencing Dark Throne and all these other bands. Like, I don't get it.
Well, and honestly, like, even when I picked it up in like 97, it took me a few years to appreciate kind of the sloppy kind of lo-fi thrash. Cause I was at that point, like Chris, I was very much into like, solos and production and things like that. And, I wasn't naturally like as drawn to like sloppy kind of stuff, so.
Well, I think the term that Fenrez uses very well, instead of sloppy, it's primitive.
Primitive. Yeah, exactly.
Which shows it has some type of power that other things don't.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's not sloppy. You're right. Primitive is like a much better kind of way. But then I ended up getting Persecution Mania used on tape, and Grindcore Coon and I like fucking love that. I mean, we listen to Bombenhagal like all the time, just like fucking driving around. And I kind of started to get like an appreciation for them. But it wasn't really until the last like 8 or 10 years that I kind of really went beyond like Agent Orange. I mean, I never had Tapping the Veins. I know you did.
That was my first Sodom album I got as a promo when we were doing the magazine.
Oh, that was okay.
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have got it because it was kind of past what even like Agent Orange. I didn't like that much when I heard it back then. But Tapping the Vein did something where it was just we'll talk about when we get to it. But
sure.
It's way better than I ever. And going back and listening to it, I was listening to it on the plane and stuff too.
Yeah,
I put together a little playlist when we were traveling out west, and I was like, this record it's just I don't know. It did like fill the gap of thrash from that era too. Like the guitar tone, like the solos are very like Kurt Hammett-ish. Like there's all kinds of weird shit to talk about on that record.
Yeah, it's just like interesting how, a band that of the era where a lot of bands were peaking in 89, 90 or whatever, and then kind of like playing themselves out. Like I said, it wasn't really until the last 8 to 10 years that I discovered how they evolved in this incredibly potent, kind of well-oiled machine, Yeah. I think maybe I assumed they went the way of like Destruction or even like 90s Creator, and I just never knew. And it was, finding stuff like, Decision Day and M19 and some of that stuff where I picked up like the last 8-10 years and been like, these are consistently good. It's kind of like when, I don't know, like I took a break from Overkill, like I didn't know they were like great, well beyond the 90s or even the early 90s. And then it's like everybody was like, oh, dude, you just got to check out like Overkill. They're just putting out great records all the time. And then you start buying them. You're like, oh, fuck. Because I don't know. It is weird. Like, there's some bands I follow through no matter what, like I'll buy their new shit and stuff. But a lot of these other bands, it's hard to know. And you got to like be strategic with how you spend your money. And I don't always like go searching for like a band that's been around for 30 years, be like, what's their new album sound like?
Unless it's like a specific band we've been following for forever. Exactly. But like Overkill, they've had so many different like eras and they've never really hit that next level of popularity where they had any kind of issue with like, well, we need to kind of make this stuff be a little bit more fit into this pocket or this pocket. They've always done what they wanted to do.
They just kind of did overkill. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Sodom's kind of always done Sodom. Once they kind of get a little bit out of their primitive stage, they kind of lock in. I mean, there's ebbs and flows, punkier records, heavier records, more catchy. I mean, there's definitely consistency throughout, but then some variation. And that's one of the things about like these two Sodom episodes, like, Sodom's pretty Sodom at a certain point, but like we're gonna still like go through a playlist of fun songs and shit and kind of talk about some of the stories going on a little with that. But there's not a lot of controversy here. There's not like a lot of like, oh, here's the bad days, and then here, I mean, we are calling part 2 the comeback, but like it's not that much of a comeback. It's really just from like a period that you could say was like maybe their least impactful, but it was still like for a lot of bands would have been a good period. You know what I mean?
It was, yeah. It's all. I mean, it's a period of a lot of change in extreme metal too.
Sure,
and they've been able to weather it. They've like, there's some albums have a little bit more like, oh, this is more of a modern production that doesn't necessarily do as much as it could for their sound, but they've always kind of done their own thing. They never like try to do. There's parts where there's a little bit more like groovy parts that, that was kind of the flavor of, I mean, that for the last 20-ish years or something was the flavor for a while. And they peppered some little things in, but it doesn't come across like, when Slayer tried to do new metal. I don't think it ever quite hits that level. Yep.
Yeah. Agreed. And one of the other cool parts about kicking this whole series off with Sodom is when I was fortuitous in knowing like this would eventually happen. And so when we interviewed Tom Angelripper for the Venom series that we did, I was like, the back half of that interview, I just asked him a bunch of Sodom questions and about early German thrash. And I was like, we can probably use this down the road when we, do this kind of series. So throughout parts 1 and 2, you will hear from Tom and myself a couple times. Not super long interviews, nothing crazy like the Venom episodes, but, just little bits from Tom, and he's just kind of chilling.
It's Sodom length. I wouldn't expect anything different. Yeah.
I just remember when we did the interview, Germany was playing in the Euro Cup, and they weren't doing so hot. And he's a soccer fan, so I was like, "Are you doing okay?" Germany's kind of getting their ass kicked. They're about to get knocked out of the tournament. He's like, I think he was just like, whatever, like kind of over it. But I felt bad. I was like, oh, it's kind of a bad day to be doing an interview with a guy that's a German fan. So,
well, it's pretty awesome to think that, that what do they have, 19 studio albums or something? It's insane. Yeah. But like, in 2023, Tom's like 62 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And to still be doing this. And one of the quotes I thought was interesting he's obviously, huge. Lemmy's been one of his, biggest inspirations, sure. I think. Yep. And he was talking with, I don't remember which interview it was, but somebody asked him the question, like, what does Sodom mean to you?
Yeah.
And he was like, Sodom is my wife. It's my kid. It's my life.
Yeah.
And to be like he's lived this thing his entire existence and still loves it. And another thing that kept popping up in interviews is that this is even back when he was in his 40s in one of these interviews, like, I think we have a couple more years in us. And like that was even something, so I saw that in like 3 different, over 20-year period where he kept saying that. So,
if you look at like the maybe mid 90s, it wasn't a great period for a lot of those bands. You know what I mean?
No.
And the fact is like they managed to like steer out in the late 90s, early 2000s and find this like second life of just being such a potent, fucking awesome band,
Yeah.
And not everybody does that. And so, yeah, he might have seen it as like, I don't know how much longer this is going to work kind of thing.
But like after Persecution Mania that, sold 100,000 copies in Germany. Now, I don't know what it's done worldwide.
Well, Agent Orange, this is crazy. We'll get to this. Agent Orange is the top selling German thrash.
Oh, no, that's what it is. Sorry. Agent Orange.
It's the top selling like German like thrash album ever. Better than Creation.
That's what, when he was like, okay, this is all we do now. And I don't think he's done anything since. But to hit that, it's a weird, extreme metal is always weird, but 2.5 albums in, then you hit like that. Yeah. And then you kind of weather the storm and take what you can get along the next, 20 some years.
So let's get into it. I'll kind of take us on a little tour here, and feel free to obviously jump in when you need to. But Sodom was formed in 1981. They're from Gelsenkirchen, which is at the center of the Ruhr, which is Germany's largest industrial area. If you're a fan of like 20th century German history, and this is kind of the area located in the North Rhine, Westphalia, on the Emscher River, which was a tributary of the Rhine. And a lot of people know the Rhineland from like Hitler. That was the sort of industrial stretch that borders France that was demilitarized after the Versailles Treaty as kind of a buffer zone or whatever. And Hitler's first like aggressive, I guess, military act was to remilitarize the Rhineland or whatever. So, we're kind of talking that area, the industrial base, I guess, the kind of the Rust Belt of Germany, heavy industry and coal mines and things like that. In fact, Tom kind of initiated the formation of the band in a sort of desperate attempt to get out of the coal mines. And I found an interview from 2011 Decibel with Jay Bennett. It's the one where you did a crowbar illustration, Mark, if you're wondering.
Oh, yeah, where he's like standing in a pile of money with a safe.
I think so, yeah. Electric Wizard is on the cover.
Cool.
And but there's this little interview, and they kind of ask him about it. And he says, the story is that you started Sodom to escape working in the coal mines. And he says, when I was in the coal mine, I remember thinking a lot of my friends were going to die in there. We were 1,000 meters deep, and that is a very hard job, I was so glad that they survived, but coal mining, that was my home. At these times, there were a lot of unemployed people, so they all go to the coal mine for work. My father went to the coal mine, my grandfather also, and my father took the decision for me to work in the coal mine as a blacksmith. I worked for 10 years, but it was a good time. It was like a big family. I got my money every month. Then in 89, I stopped doing this because Agent Orange came out and I got a lot of money from a record company to be a professional musician. So I can make my living from the music. That was my aim, my dream, And from that time, I never went to work. But being a musician and managing the band for myself, it's a full-time job. It's not just writing songs and playing concerts. There's so much behind what we have to do. And then Jay says, did you have any close calls when you worked in the mines? He says, no, I got some scratches and cuts on my fingers and arms and things like that. The job is very dangerous. I know, but I always take care of myself. Security was first for me. A lot of coal miners, they never mind about security, but it is very important. So I survived all these years with just some scratches. I worked at the Hugo mine. It was the first one in this area. They started mining there in 1873, I think. Nowadays, if you look at our area, almost all the coal mines are gone. In the whole district, just 1 or 2 coal mines are alive. That's why the people get unemployed here. The coal mines close and the people don't know where to go. You never find a good job here in this area. So kind of a little interesting insight into kind of what was driving him. I mean, I guess
very similar to Black Sabbath and Judas Priest.
Yep, exactly. Coming out of the industrial belt of England and stuff. But, appropriately from where we interviewed Tom, they took their name from Venom, 1000 Days in Sodom. And soon became kind of a power trio in their honor. They originally actually started as a 4-piece in the demo era with Tom, a guy named Bloody Monster, Arius Blasphemer, and Aggressor. All right. And then Chris Witchhunter replaces Bloody Monster on drums. Arius was fired, and then Aggressor left before the debut EP. Having released a pair of demos, which was called Witching Metal in 83 and then Victims of Death in 84. So that's kind of the little bit of the early sort of stuff there. As Mark kind of mentioned before, their 3 biggest influences were Venom, Tank, and Motorhead especially. So, big devotee to kind of that stripped down, that sound, right? And even like, I don't know, even Jeff kind of came to the revelation in the Venom interviews I did with him as to how much like Motorhead was even in like Venom riffs sometimes too, his style of whatever.
Well, yeah. Tom's bass playing, playing with the pick really hard, like Lemmy for sure.
But they were also big fans of Iron Maiden, Priest, Kiss, Rainbow, obviously Accept, another German band, AC/DC, Raven, UFO. And basically those 2 demos I mentioned led to a deal with Steamhammer, and they release In the Sign of Evil with now they have a guy named Grave Violator on guitar, and he'll leave after the recording and be replaced by a guy named Mikael Wolf, also known as Destructor. And that's who will play on the Obsessed by Cruelty, which is the full-length debut. And he soon leaves after Obsessed by Cruelty and temporarily joins Creator for a bit before he dies in a 1993 motorcycle accident. And so the guitar turnover, like I wrote, is very Spinal Tap-ish, I suppose.
Yeah, and the back and forth between members of Creator is interesting as well.
It is pretty wild. But I've got some stuff to kind of read in this opening sort of Talkset to, I guess, kind of set the scene for the German thrash and for Sodom a bit. And the first place I want to turn to is a friend of the podcast who was on all those Venom episodes, Dial Patterson, his Evolution of the Cult, the black metal books. And the 7th chapter is called The First Wave of Black Thrash. And it actually starts off with a couple of quotes that I think is kind of interesting. One is from Fenrez, and he says, "It's about extraction. You almost have to search for the black metal in the albums. That was when it was interesting. It was not labeled. You had to find it for yourself. And some of that magic was maybe lost in the 90s when you could get a sticker on an album saying, this is black metal." And then Apollyon from R Noir, Immortal, Cadaver, and Dodheimsgard, he said, when we started the second wave of black metal, it was that feeling we were after. Creator, Merciful Fate, Bathory, Celtic Frost, Venom. Obviously, it was not black metal, but it was. To us, it was. So this is sort of where you kind of fall into that camp of like, where does a band like Sodom fit in the sort of trajectory? And so here's what Dial kind of has to say about this. He says, while Venom, Merciful Fate, Bathory, and Hellhammer / Celtic Frost are generally considered the most pivotal in kickstarting the black metal genre, the bands in this chapter also played a significant hand in its development. Again, it should be emphasized that in many cases, the band's, quote, black metal qualities remain a matter of interpretation, since the extreme metal scene at the time was simply too small for the sort of intense subgenre labeling that goes on today. Back then, most of these bands were simply considered acts from the darker, heavier side of thrash, and indeed, as the years went on, many would evolve into a pure, less evil-sounding take on that genre. The German trio of Sodom, Creator, and Destruction, as well as the American act Slayer, are a perfect case in point. Formed in the early 80s, these three bands would increasingly be hailed as thrash icons as the decade continued, and are all still going strong today. Nevertheless, the early works of these three acts helped to inspire an entirely different movement, a fact attested to by Fenrez and Apollyon, two important figures in 90s Norwegian black metal, who helped resurrect the early primal spirit of these Teutonic acts at a time when it had been all but forgotten, not least by the bands themselves. Still, it was perhaps Mayhem's Euronymous who was most vocal in his admiration for these bands' formative days. Indeed, his label was named after Sodom's Deathlike Silence song, as well as in his determination not to lose the black metal essence the way these bands had. As his interview in the 4th issue of Kill Yourself explains, he says, quote, "It's quite weird that everybody talks about Venom, Bathory, and Hellhammer as the old evil bands, but nobody mentions Sodom and Destruction. They came at the same time as Bathory and Hellhammer, and their first albums are masterpieces of black, stinking metal. Nobody manages to make music like that now," end quote. So what are your thoughts on kind of like the way Dial, how would you sort of talk about that before I get into what he has to say specifically about Sodom? Do you agree with kind of what he's saying there about these bands didn't market themselves as that, but obviously they have this huge black cloud that influences a lot of that?
Yeah, I would definitely, agree with that summation. Because that was my the appeal that I had in, the first EP, the first full length from Sodom, and same with Destruction, their first EP and first full length. It was like that sounded as black metal as Bathory did to me.
Yeah,
like more so, and like we were getting into Venom more than just what was, because 97 was also that Venom year, wasn't it, for the Cast in Stone reunion?
Yeah, that was. Yeah,
that we saw there. So like Venom was already like, there was a buzz around that. The year before when I was working at Relapse, the stuff that would be coming through mail order was just all that stuff that we wanted to, like the early stuff we didn't really know that well, because like Agent Orange and Persecution Mania have very little as far as any type of black metal-ish things outside of, Tom's vocals always have, he goes back and forth between guttural, thrashy, but he's always got that kind of black metal edge. And I think he's incredibly influential to a lot of different vocalists. But I think they're maybe because they don't talk about it, they don't ever act like they were part of that scene. I think it was just the early, some of the stories about when Frank comes in the band, how, we could talk about, politics and war and other things besides just, occultism.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So Dial kind of goes on. He gives a little bit of the band history that I just sort of went through, talks about the kind of early band members and stuff like that. And he says, later that same year, Monster departed to be replaced by Chris Witchhunter, real name Dudek. And the band recorded and released a 4-track demo entitled Witching Metal. One of the noisiest and most chaotic sounding metal releases in existence at that time, the tape presents Sodom as perhaps Bathory's only real competition in terms of early metal extremity. And bear in mind, this was 2 years before the Scandinavian Metal Attack compilation was released. Undoubtedly, part of what makes the tape so brutal is its highly amateurish production. But songs such as the title track and Devil's Attack also bore considerable promise, and the hellish subject matter certainly made an impact. Another demo, Victims of Death, this time featuring 8 songs, followed in 1984, before the iconic In the Sign of Evil EP was issued later that year. Featuring a slightly clearer sound than the demos, but only just, the release remains an aggressive, rabid-sounding piece of work. There's a definite Venom influence, not only in the vocals, but also in the somewhat chaotic and primitive approach, which recalls Welcome to Hell, albeit with more extreme and less melodic twist. The attitude, quote, the riffs, it just sounded very violent and evil, explains Apollyon. Evil is a silly word in a way, but you know what I mean. I mean, you're allowed to have fun and care about the environment and so on in private, but there's no need to sing about it. So I still prefer really simple, primitive stuff, like Sodom-like lyrics. And Sodom really have the best lyrics ever. Like that Blasphemer song from In the Sign of Evil, quote, spit at the church, evil I get. Yeah, I'm all for that sort of stuff. You can hear they really want to play as fast as they can and as vicious as possible. And it really has a punk attitude. So I prefer the first albums when it doesn't sound technically brilliant. It doesn't sound too controlled or well produced. Sodom's first full-length, Obsessed with Cruelty, was issued in 1986, following in a similar violent vein while refining the band's sound and including a lengthy, atmospheric introduction. The opus impressed many fans, some of whom would go on to form their own bands. Quote, Obsessed by Cruelty is a very important black metal album for me, ponders Fenrez of Darkthrone. But when I bought it as a kid, I was thinking, this is strange thrash. I didn't understand the blackness in it. Fenrez wasn't alone in his appreciation. The record was also, according to Necro Butcher of Mayhem, both his and bandmate Euronymous' favorite release of that year. Despite this positive reception from the underground hordes, it wasn't long before the band started experimenting with catchier, more upbeat territories with their releases, the lyrics moving away from satanic subjects and instead drawing on the fear of nuclear war that was making its way into public consciousness at the time. So, and we'll obviously be talking about that kind of transition when we get to not this set, but the next set of music, I suppose, where, like you said, this famous conversation between Frank and Tom about do we want to keep singing about like Satan and occult stuff, or do we want to do something, a little bit different,
Yeah, it has more, more dimensionality to it or a longer future.
Yeah, I think, you go from that kind of youthful sort of like, you're kind of interested in taboo things for a while, and then you ultimately kind of, I don't want to say grow up, but your interest wane, and
Well, also like what you think extremity is changes.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be like exterior stuff. It could be like, inner torment. It could be all kinds of stuff. Like that whole idea can kind of, I think, change. You can keep that, just like how, like, here's the drinking moment with Paradise Lost has kept gloom all across everything they've ever done, even the stuff that's like, very poppy, Depeche Mode type stuff. There's always that gloom through it. And I think as long as you keep that kind of like, that I guess whatever you decide works for you, like with Sodom, it's just kind of almost like oppression and brutality and bludgeoning. Like it's very primal stuff.
Well, it's also interesting too, like, what you evolve, like, as a horror movie fan, like what scared you when you're like 16 or 17 doesn't scare you anymore, but like different kind of stuff scares you when you get older, or it takes a little bit more to like get under your skin. And
like just a guy like jumping in the window as opposed to like, you dying when your mortality actually means something.
Like occult stuff, I remember hearing Altars of Sacrifice like in middle school, and I was scared, when he's like enter the realm of Satan, and it's like, oh shit, should we be listening to this? But like now, that song doesn't like disturb me at all. The cult stuff doesn't really bother me, but like, I don't know, Schindler's List bothers me, right? Like, because like it's war, it's real, it's like it's fucked up, it's human, it's real, like kind of shit. So it's kind of interesting how your tastes change and maturity and stuff.
Well, yeah, like the real brutality of man is much more barbaric than anything that Aleister Crowley talks about.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of some of the other stuff kind of just becomes more Halloween,
Yeah.
So returning back to the Terrorizer Secret History of Black Metal issue that we used a couple times probably during Venom and some other stuff. And they do an article about black metal's first wave, and it's Guy Strachan is the author, and we'll actually hear from him twice in a couple Terrorizer issues. And this is a little section where he talks about the Teutonic forces of evil, just to kind of set the context. He says, somewhere between Hellhammer and Bathory came a Teutonic explosion courtesy of destruction in Sodom. While both Warrior and Quarthon had attempted to create a bleak ambiance that surrounded the chaos, the Germans pretty much forsook any kind of atmosphere and simply and effectively went for the throat. Destruction's first two outings, Sentence of Death and Infernal Overkill, replete with more leather bullets and inverted crucifixes than anyone else, were the musical equivalent of a salivating Rottweiler, while Sodom's ultra chaos was a barely controlled raping of the instruments. While Destruction dubbed their music black speed metal, it would be Sodom's initial outings that were the most influential, fathering the nuclear and war genres, two subgenres that actually do have direct lines from the past to the present. Let's not forget their influence on Euronymous, with him naming his Deathlike Silence Productions imprint after a track from their 1986 Obsessed by Cruelty. However, by 87-88, both bands alongside Creator had dropped the Satanic Front for a more considered social commentary approach backed up by a far more professional sound that in Sodom's case brought them success, but was ultimately destruction for destruction. Italy's Bulldozer were also described as total clones of Venom for their Days of Wrath, and despite the band's denials, their sound lived up to their moniker, although future albums saw increased experimentation with that formula. So again, just setting the context that everybody kind of starts to see these guys when you kind of start to write the story of metal and black metal and in those kind of lights. This is just a little part from Andrew O'Neill, who wrote The History of Heavy Metal. We read from that a little bit in the Venom episode 2, and he just kind of talks. He says, in May of 1984, the German band Sodom released a bestial slab of noise called In the Sign of Evil. With extreme vocals, buzzsaw guitars, and frenetic pace, it's heavier than Venom and tighter than most black metal. The follow-up album, Obsessed by Cruelty, continues in much the same vein. They then switched direction. In their later years, they were leading light in the Teutonic thrash metal movement, but their early work remains influential. Their blackened reputation was helped no end by the iconic early frontman of Mayhem, Per Dead Olin, wearing a Sodom shirt in most of his photographs. The Norwegian black metal kingpin Euronymous named his record label after a Sodom song, Deathlike Silence. Job-wise, Sodom were even more metal than Black Sabbath. They formed a band so they wouldn't have to continue working down a coal mine, a clear win in the game of Industrial Revolution harsh job top trumps. Often the most inventive and original bands in heavy metal come from scenes that are geographically isolated, unable to homogenize in the way bigger scenes often do, with no touring bands coming through and influencing everyone in the same way. Musicians in more remote scenes have to make their own fun, as during the war. So kind of interesting little sort of aside there on that one. And then I'm almost done, Mark. I'm almost there, but feel free to jump in while I'm switching between these. This is the most reading I'm going to do is just in this early set. But this is Guy Strachan again. This comes from an old Terrorizer issue that I picked up, I think, when we did the American Thrash series. And it's the Thrash Special Part 1 and Part 2 from April of 2003. So it's a ways back. This one has Scotty Ian on the cover. And they're kind of looking at global thrash is sort of the stuff that they're kind of going in through here. And they obviously talk a little bit about Germany. And he says, if we were to view the American thrash acts as the backbone of the genre, then one might look to Germany as its heart and soul. West Germany, as it was in the 80s, developed its own big three in Creator, Destruction, and Sodom. The three merited considerable acclaim, and Germany has held a firm thrash tradition ever since. Passion was the overriding factor, and though many musicians were gifted technically, German acts tended to be more motivated than perfunctory. Unsurprisingly, given the divide in the country at the time, the area most disposed to produce metal bands was the West, and there were countless illustrations of superior thrash. Creator especially developed their supreme talent beyond their initial rumblings, building upon thrash milestones Endless Pain and Pleasure to Kill. By means of a more measured and professional approach, despite the face-melting production and blistering riffs, 1989's Extreme Aggression marked a new path for the band, injecting melody where there had been none and focusing more on lyrics, techniques, and overall package. As would often be the case, Destruction and Sodom followed suit to conversely detrimental effect. Where Creator honed their abilities and upped the ante, their compatriots finished the decade in less glorious style. Sodom had made impressive waves with 1986 Obsessed by Cruelty and the follow-up Persecution Mania, despite song titles like Volcanic Slut. Yet their shortcomings were fully exposed on the string of subsequent releases, including Agent Orange, which was only notable for its Vietnam War subject matter. So I would actually disagree with Guy, because I actually think Agent Orange and some of the stuff they do right after holds up pretty well. Again, maybe in 2003, people didn't have the context to like know that Sodom was like building a really great second act in the 2000s. You know what I mean?
I think in 2003 I had a similar view of that album.
So it's kind of interesting how it's evolved over time, you know?
Well, because I think the early stuff was so like, you know, everybody's rediscovering it again, and nothing had really sounded like that. And all this other black metal that everybody was listening to, like that was, you know, the forefather of the whole thing. I think Agent Orange and Persecution Mania kind of were not as. That's why I don't have them on record, because I never grabbed them. And if you look at any of that stuff now, it's just like, it's insane what any of that stuff costs.
Yeah. That makes sense. So this is from the last thing I have to read from Terrorizer, and this is from issue 256. So we're kind of near the end of the Terrorizer run. It's got Napalm Death on the cover. When is this from? I can't even try and remember. I don't know if I can't find a year. Sorry about that. But anyways, a newer issue, and I couldn't find the author. It's just kind of a general kind of article. Actually, I've returned to this a couple times. So it's on Teutonic Thrash. And it says, despite the existence of many a fantastic group and the continuity of the style assured by younger ones, the majority of them have remained underground, with most of the older ones having disbanded along the way. German thrash has mostly been carried throughout the decades by three bands, Sodom, Creator, and Destruction. Despite an anomaly in the timeline here and there, let's see, these are the three groups that have definitively shaped what we understand as German thrash metal. Most importantly, the three major personalities behind each group have emerged as the necessary larger-than-life scene-uniting personalities. Think of German thrash, and you'll inevitably think of legendary frontmen Tom Angelripper, Millie Petrova, and Schmier, each of them ripping it up on stage, leading their own power trio. That's another thing. Ever wondered why all the important German thrash bands formed as trios? There's a clear and readily assumed reason behind it, and it's a British reason, too. Venom, says a man called Thomas Such, also known as Tom Angelripper to you and me and most of the rest of the world. One common denominator in all those bands is that, quite simply, they all wanted to be like Venom. Quite literally, even. Quote, I think it was around 1981 that I realized that his was really what I wanted to do, to be a musician and to be in a band. And I formed Sodom the next year, and we were big metal fans already anyway. And the biggest, most important thing to us was Venom's Welcome to Hell. It was fantastic. I never heard a band like that before. We made the decision that we wanted to do that ourselves. We wanted to do our own version of that music. We called the band Sodom because it was much easier to pick our band names at that time. Then we got Aggressor for the guitar, and we got into the rehearsal room with Bloody Monster on drums to try and learn our instruments, to learn how to play them properly. Some would argue that it took Sodom a while to achieve that. The band themselves are fine with that too. The unadulterated aggression and sheer passion put into those two initial Sodom demos, Witching Metal and Victims of Death, goes far beyond the trivialities as actually knowing how to play properly. Quote, it's very funny listening to those demos today, Tom says with a wide, nostalgic smile, but I'm very proud of it. It was a very exciting time. We were just starting to know our instruments. It was the first step to us, and I know there are still a lot of fans around who like those demos. We never did get a record deal with the first one. We had to do the second one and send it to the record companies in America and all over Germany. We were lucky to get a record deal in 1984 to record an EP, which would become In the Sign of Evil. But yeah, I still listen to those songs, you know? A lot of fans ask us why we don't play more stuff from that era, but it's hard. We have to tell our guitarist and our drummer to listen to these demos, and it's hard for them to actually play like we used to play when we didn't even know how to play properly. The result is almost like covering another band. But in any case, I'm very proud. Witching metal was where it all began, and it brought us into the scene. So that's pretty cool.
You know?
Yeah. He says, you know?
Says, making fun of somebody who speaks more than one language.
Yeah, no shit.
Did you ever see, I came across something where instead of the big four, there was somebody that called the three kings of Teutonic thrash instead.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to cover Tankard in this series. They're the band I know the least about. We probably won't cover a lot of the material, but there seems to be a lot of respect for Tankard.
Yeah.
People have said like they're maybe the most, like alongside Sodom, the most consistent. Like they've never really put out like a bad record. I just have a couple of their stuff from like the late 80s. Like Chemical Invasion and a couple other ones. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So do you put them in? They don't have the impact that Sodom, Destruction, and Creator have, clearly,
I don't I always felt they were more like Accept than the real Teutonic stuff. Like they weren't quite as aggressive as everything else.
I mean, I guess if you look at like the propensity maybe of party thrash, which is probably like the thrash scene I'm like the least into, the municipal waste and that sort of stuff. Maybe that's kind of where Tankard falls in.
I feel like Tankard is almost a precursor for power metal.
You think so?
Like for Halloween and Blind Guardian.
Well, I think Halloween predates Tankard though.
That's true.
Really Blind Guardian. So I don't know. Maybe, you know what? This is going to be interesting because Mark and I don't know shit about Tankard.
I do not know shit about Tankard.
When we finally have to cover him, we're going to have to put it in context and figure this shit out. So, but one last little part from this Terrorizer kind of want to share. It says, the lack of experience, the figuring things out as they went along, might have actually played a huge part in the way that the German thrash developed, usually regarded as rougher and more crudely aggressive than its American counterparts. These are characteristics born out of a bunch of drunken teenagers going all out while still grasping the fundamentals of their own instruments. Quote, the first time the record company sent us to a real studio, a professional studio in Berlin, we didn't know what to do, recalls Tom, looking back on how In the Sign of Evil was recorded. Recording each track separately and then mixing them in the end with a producer telling us what to do and trying to help us, all these things were new to me. We went to the bar to drink after each and every recording session, of course. It was just like in all those tours in the late 80s. We were drunk every night. It didn't matter if there was a show or if it was an off day or whatever. That's what we did. These days, I'm turning into an old man. I can't even drink any beer before the shows. We did have a lot of fun back then. These days, I do my own shows, and I'm looking forward to the tour's end so I can go home. But in that period, we felt like we could live that life forever. But yeah, that recording was unbelievable. We still couldn't play our instruments as good as many other bands, but no other band sounds like In the Sign of Evil. It was very different from Tormentor Creator and from Destruction too, not only musically, but in terms of approach. Destruction were much more professional musicians back then. We just wanted to do it like Venom, and that was it. There was an old promotional catchphrase that said, we were heavier than Venom and faster than Metallica, actually. He remembers with a knowing wink before casually dropping one of the biggest statements of the entire conversation. In the beginning, we didn't even talk about thrash metal. That's just a name that came later. And it's frequently the case that pioneers aren't really aware that they are, in fact, pioneering. Once again, as it goes often in the history of metal, this was just the case of passionate young kids doing what they loved and trying to be sort of version of their own heroes, creating their own unique movement in the process and becoming heroes themselves to a whole new generation who would do likewise. Like, for example, the Scandinavians, for whom Sodom's Obsessed by Cruelty in particular is a huge influence. Quote, I know that Obsessed by Cruelty is a great influence for the Scandinavian black metal scene, and that's really unbelievable, Tom says with some disbelief. This album is so rough, so pure, it's just the music recorded as it is, and that's it. It's really something special, and it's funny that we actually recorded it twice. We recorded the complete album in Berlin, but then we were told that there was some problem with the sound, so it was so bad that we had to record it in another studio. So there were two versions of the album, and we ended up using the second one. So, kind of interesting, And then I think the last thing, actually, I'm going to save that for later. So I'm going to save that for the next thing. So Mark, what are your thoughts on In the Sign of Evil and Obsessed by Cruelty, as you kind of both as somebody that, absorbed these records a couple decades ago and then kind of looking back on it now, like with a little bit of hindsight, what are your thoughts on these records?
Well, I think they have more, they're more endearing to me now. Like I got back then that they're influential or, whatever it might have been. But now another 20 years or 20 plus years listening to them. I don't listen to Sodom that often, but going back, and especially these earlier records,
stuff a little bit more, if that makes sense, because they're easier to put on because they're kind of fun. This stuff's like, you got to intensely listen because it's pretty primitive and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like I can hear so much more. Like I never, when I first started listening to stuff, I didn't really know Tormentor, not the pre-creator, but the Hungarian band.
Hungarian band, yeah.
I'm hearing tons of stuff and that different like kind of riffs, from Burzum and everybody else that I didn't initially kind of see there. I think there's a lot to. That's the great thing about like listening to stuff for so many years is going back and listening to really what you thought was unlistenable stuff, and now is like, God, this is like this is like New Darkthrone records or something.
Sure,
I think that's what they're trying to pull into some of this, but it's just like that enthusiasm, naivete, and like having this definitive kind of direction where you wanted to push things. And I think the first EP and the first record are fucking great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, you listen, it's like listening to like kind of wild jazz. The first time you encounter it, it seems primitive. It seems like there's no structure. It seems like it's like, primitive black metal or whatever. But once you can kind of like see the spine of everything and you kind of know the nuances of what's going on, it kind of becomes pretty prolific and beautiful in its own weird way.
And like how like dead simple some of these riffs are. Like just really simple like chord progression, not even chord progression, like power chord progressions. And then it's just like the drums are barely staying in time. They're recorded really weird. All the even like those early Creator records, everybody is recording the toms where they sound like rototoms all the time. Like they had some type of weird effect, like a chorus effect or something on them. But like all that stuff is super charming, and that people for the last 30 years have tried to replicate in some fashion, which is incredibly difficult to do.
I know. I mean, it's like even when Tom says in the interview I just kind of shared, like, we can't even record our own songs. Like we can't like cover our own songs because like the way it was performed is so like crazy. I mean, that's kind of like Brave Murder Day, the drums, right? Like they can't like replicate that very well because it's so like an end time, especially.
It's not played to a click. And like same with like early Paradise Lost stuff. Like they could have been a different band if Tuds wasn't a fairly limited drummer who couldn't play double bass and stuff. And like hearing re-recordings of early songs, it almost sounds off because it's in time.
Yeah, it's like too well played. No.
Yeah, there's that certain kind of that you can never replicate that kind of stuff, and it's just kind of there to go back and
for sure.
kind of reabsorb and reappreciate.
Yeah, and I think I'll say this now about the Sodom episode. I think one thing that's important for Requiem fans who expect crazy fucking deep analysis is, I mean, the episode's really front loaded. This first set is a lot of setup to the Sodom story, because once you kind of get into Sodom music, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's not a lot of analysis here that we're going to go into in the songs. At least for me, it's like quicker notes than usual because it's kind of standard stuff, but it's all really good, and it has some differences, here and there, but so that's kind of like the asterisk, the kind of warning, at least from my end, so. Yeah,
I've got the stuff the kind of analysis I have is more like, hey, I can see where somebody pulled this riff or something like that, or this type of aesthetic or something. But yeah, there's no like theory or something we're going to throw out about.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom's bass playing.
Not a lot of lyrical analysis or anything like that. I mean, every so often they do like war references that are kind of interesting. We'll kind of get into, but what we're going to kind of start with here is basically the In the Sign, Obsessed by Cruelty set, this sort of like, barbaric, primitive kind of era, and then sort of end with a tune that's going to kind of take us out of that era into the next era, I suppose. So we're going to start with a pair of tunes from In the Sign of Evil and Witching Metal, which is a great title. Definitely like inspired by Witching Hour from Venom.
Oh, of course.
And it's got, speaking of Venom, like a great Venom kind of Discharge, Hellhammer, Bathory kind of punkish riff. And like you said before, I think one thing to like listen for if you haven't listened to a lot of early Sodom is just how out of control Witch Hunter's drums are. They're just like off the rails all the time.
Yeah, I put the tempo is all over the place and wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, even like, in the next song from In the Sign of Evil, Burst Command to War, I just described him as like barbaric almost. It's like caveman kind of chaos drumming.
Yeah. Just put bludgeoning. Like it was like I have a note for like destruction kind of dazzled and Sodom just bludgeoned.
Yeah, no, it's good. And kind of Creator kind of like, I don't know, threaded the needle a little. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I think Creator was the most listenable out of all of them.
Yeah.
Like immediately there's something like, even like the earlier stuff, I could immediately glom onto it more so than, the other two.
For sure. Burst Command to War, the other tune we're going to hear from In the Sign of Evil, it's got kind of opens with a cool Slayer Show No Mercy riff. That's pretty neat. I mean, the song embodies the song title. It's like a battle or war. You know what I mean? Like, it happening in the song, and you can hear a lot of this in like future, like Dark Throne and Norwegian black metal riffing. The kind of really cool, sick drum feel at the end. It's like this chaotic fury. It's wild. Witch Hunter gets like teased a little bit, but he's kind of like a secret weapon that kind of kept Sodom in like a really, I don't know, it's like Ventor in Creator. He was just like so weird and so like not normal that it worked. Or Igor in like Sepultura, right? It's just
like the tempos he's playing against some guitar licks that are like half the speed. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's awesome.
It's very cool. So, and then we get to the notorious, there's intro, and then it goes into Deathlike Silence, which of course the name of Euronymous' production company. And so the intro is sick and evil. I mean, it's just like, it's cool. Like a lot of intros, I take them or leave them, but I kind of like some of them mixed in a little, and I just said, the mix must have inspired like early R noir. Like, how like some of those R noir black thrash records, before they kind of clean their sound up, like the mix is like off and it's like almost like too much treble sometimes, or that. Yeah. Like that's what it reminded me of, like where there'd be something really catchy, but like it was uncomfortably recorded, so you couldn't almost enjoy it. It's like kind of weird. It's like a thought experiment. It's pretty cool. I love the breakdown and the guitar swells in Deathlike Silence, very savage, and that fucking murky bass tone is fucking awesome. I just call it chaos thrash. That's what this kind of
it's just like punishing and weird, simple and bizarre, like fast and cutting, but otherworldly. And it's like Venom but uglier.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Proselytism, real. I don't know. I think I pronounced that right. Real Hellhammer, kind of Fate, kind of evil, slow opening before kicking into a killer, kind of churning mid-pace mosh riff. Lots of mayhem. I can hear where like mayhem took.
Oh, absolutely.
And then sort of the last tune we hear from Obsessed by Cruelty is Nuctemeron. Is that how you'd say that? Nuctemeron? I don't know what the fuck it means.
Nuctemeron? I looked up what most of the things meant, but I don't think I looked up what that meant.
All I said is I just said it sounds like an out of control train barreling towards you. Like it just fucking like, here it comes,
I put like second wave black metal prototype, killer bass breakdown, nice heavy echo on vocals, dive bomb leads. All sounds like an eruption from hell.
Yeah, there you go. A train eruption from hell. It's great. And then we're going to kind of end the set with you kind of hear a dramatic shift starts to happen in Sodom, because Frank Blackfire sort of joins. We'll talk more about him in the next set, but he's going to take the guitar helm on an EP called Expurse of Sodomy, excuse me. And phase 2 kind of really begins, and it begins with Sodomy and Lust. And so we'll talk more about that song when we kind of come back. We're going to also hear from Tom Angelripper at the end of this set of music too for the first time. And so, enjoy this kind of, if you're new to Sodom, this is as barbaric as it's going to get. And as by the end of the set, if this isn't your cup of tea, if you're more of a catchy thrash guy or girl, stick around.
Some of that too.
Yeah, because by the time you get to Sodomy and Lust, you're going to be like, okay, I think I'm on board with the rest of this. So enjoy. We got Witching Metal and the intro/Burst Command to War from the In the Sight of Evil EP from 85. And then from 86 is Obsessed by Cruelty. We've got Deathlike Silence with an intro, then Proselytism, Real, Nuctemeron, and then we'll end with Sodomy and Lust from 1987's Expurse of Sodomy EP.
Deathlike. Silence. Sodomy alas! Cowardly fire runs through my veins. With your voice came guns cry in pain. Silent terror turns asleep. My power is quiet, my power is weak. Spineless burners of my excess. Turns so innocent and helplessness. In the pursuit of my sickness arrive. Punishment of children drops down on me. Bastard. Taste the souls. Break that crust. Sodomy at last. Sodomy and love.
With regard to the German thrash scene, where were the different influences coming from with the sort of early group of bands, that first wave of sort of German thrash? And then I guess, so you can speak to that. And then I guess more specifically, what were the influences coming in with Sodom? I think
my hometown, there was a lot of coal mines, factories, and I think that was very interesting because the American thrash bands coming at the same time, but we know nothing about any American bands because there was no magazines, no internet, and I think there is a musical difference between American bands and European thrash bands. I think the European bands are more heavier, maybe, or it's a different music because where we live are surrounded by coal mines, like Venom was growing up in Newcastle, I think that is something that changed the music a little bit. You tried, so we were, what I talked before, we were against everyone. We were against teachers, parents, politics, establishment, We want to do something special, and we want to do it as heavier as possible, And we never get any support by our parents, Like maybe American bands, where the son is getting a guitar for Christmas, whatever, My father never liked this music, And he don't want to support me. He don't want to give me any money for buying a bass guitar, whatever, And that is maybe the difference, Everything I bought in the beginning, my bass guitar, my first Marshall amplification, I spent my own money for it,
Yeah.
And my father was really disappointed because I was a metal fan, And when I talk about quit my job in a coal mine, there was a big trouble at home, You have to stay at a coal mine, you get your money every month, And I told my father, I want to be a musician, I want to spend more time with my band, And it was really hard in these times, But we never get support. Nobody supported us, This is a big difference,
So it's almost like, the environmental differences, you talk about like Birmingham and how that shaped Black Sabbath and Priest and Napalm coming from like factory towns. It's interesting because it seems like a lot of the thrash bands came, especially the California bands came from, warm weather and, kind of that environment. And it almost made the German thrash stuff like darker sounding, it sounds like, based on some environmental factors.
I think that makes a difference maybe, that's you see, I know videos from Anthrax, they were sitting on the beach, and then having a good time, and I don't know. Yeah, the music is completely different, That what I'm always talking about, what is thrash metal, is that I think Sodom is not a typical thrash metal band, I think Overkill or Exodus are more thrash metal than Sodom, maybe, but it's very interesting that different bands growing up at the same time, with different music,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What do you make of, I guess, the tag that's been given to you guys of the sort of Big Four German thrash tag, which is similar to obviously the Big Four in American thrash? Does that hold weight, or do you think it was just a convenient thing that journalists and fans kind of started to use?
I never talk about a Big Four, with some, there are bigger bands in Germany like the Big Four, I think Creator is bigger than Sodom, and there is also Halloween, or Running Wild, which is different music, But if you talk about the Big Four thrash metal bands, that is the sort of Great Destruction and Tankard,
So you're okay with it when it's used to kind of define thrash maybe a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, but Sodom was never a really thrash metal band. Even nowadays, when we start writing songs, it's not typical thrash. We have some guitar riffs, but I think it's more black thrash, whatever, When we started, there was witching metal, and if somebody asks what kind of music you're gonna do, we do heavy metal.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the purest form,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, those early Sodom records could be proto-black metal, like you said, they're not necessarily in one genre,
Yeah, I think the first two records, they still have a big impact to the black metal scene, Mm-hmm. We play in Norway, Scandinavia all the time, and, and there were some people who told me that Obsessed by Cruelty is the best Sodom album ever, which is really funny.
Yeah.
And, yes, I know what I mean. When I say the Welcome to Hell is the best Venom record.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm true. That's true.
Yeah. No, people get nostalgic, about the things that were their gateways into certain scenes, for sure.
But we just do music. We just do metal music in the purest form. And we like to do this kind of music. I'm fan from this music. We never changed anything.
Sure. What do you think, like, you're kind of talking about the environmental stuff, but when you talk about, like, what is it different about German thrash sound versus, say, like what, you mentioned America, but even like Brazil or some of the other thrash scenes that were popping up around the planet? Do you think it's the faster, more aggressive stuff, or is there kind of a defining characteristic of German thrash that makes it German thrash?
I don't know.
And not necessarily Sodom, but just the thrash scene in general, So
yeah, I think the sound is different. It's maybe different, I think we spend a lot of time in studios, which are not so professional, so expensive, I think the production makes the difference,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's also the lyrics. It's everything, what's coming in when you write songs, But what I told before, we never look what other bands do, We created something new, something own. Which, if you listen to Sodom, what record ever, you listen to one note and it's Sodom, and that is very important.
Yeah.
But you cannot compare. Also, if you talk about Tankard, it's completely different to Sodom,
Yeah.
But the people talking thrash metal, Yeah, it's very hard to explain.
Sure. No, that's a good answer. I just, I didn't know, like, if you guys have ever had conversations like when you're sitting around with the guys in Creator and Destruction and kind of like looking back at the totality of German thrash and kind of be like, what is it about us that like, you know, unites us, or, you know, or if it's just like, whatever, you know, we do what we do.
In the beginning, we were big friends with Creator. You know, we hanging together, you know, and drinking beers, and Sodom was the first band to get a record deal with SBB, you know, and Creator this time, you know, they were called Tormentor. That was the first band name of the band, you know. We were big friends, you know, and we respect each other, you know. There was no problems, you know, because he's a better guitarist, he's a better songwriter, whatever, you know. I respect what they do, and they respect what we did, you know.
Sure.
We were big friends in the beginning, you know.
Yeah. Good. That's good to hear.
Chris Rich Antayano was a big friend with Yule, the drummer of Creator, you know. Nowadays, the time can change. I think they go their own way, and we go do this, you know. That's, but in the beginning, we were friends, you know.
You just heard Sodomy and Lust from Expurse of Sodomy, the EP from 1987. Then a trio of tunes before that from Obsessed by Cruelty. We heard Nuctemeron, Proselytism Real, and Deathlike Silence. Then we opened up with a pair of tunes from In the Sign of Evil, Witching Metal, and Burst's Command to War. And then we also heard from our friend Tom Angelripper there. So that was very nice, very nice. Sodomy and Lust, that last tune you kind of heard there. First off, I think I probably heard it for the first time from Cradle of Filth. You know,
did they cover that?
Yeah, they covered it on Cruelty and the Beast, and it's pretty cool. It's, you know, Danny kind of sounds like Cartman from South Park. It's really weird. But
well, he had like, I think his strong suit was the shrieks.
Yeah,
and the lower King Diamond stuff was always kind of hit and miss for me. I haven't listened to that stuff in years, but that was my remembrance of it.
I put it on because I was like, I kind of forgot they did that. That it was a Sodom cover, right? Because Sodomy and Lust almost sounds like a Cradle of Filth song title from that era, right?
Or an album, yeah.
And then Exhumed actually did a pretty rockin' cover of Sodomy and Lust as well. It's pretty interesting.
Nice.
And I guess what you hear in that song is, you know, the chaos is toned down, you know, and blackened thrash perfection is kind of starting to be achieved here. And when that riff at 2 minutes kicks in with that fucking incredible like palm muting and the blazing solo, Tom's vocals are a little bit more improved, obviously a little bit more kind of, you know, polished, I suppose.
Honed.
Yeah, honed. To me, it's a real musical evolution. And I said, this is kind of German thrash is haunting the chapel. Where, like, you know, there's EPs that come out that are drastic changes, but if you listen to like Show No Mercy and Hell Awaits, you know, Haunting the Chapel does such like a fucking, you know, turn, right? It almost does the opposite turn. It takes like Slayer into savagery more, you know, whereas this is taking them out of savagery. But it's kind of that type of band almost like reformulating itself. And you know, that's kind of what people use DPs sometimes for, to like experiment with different ideas. But to me, this is one of the best, most potent EPs in terms of like really pulling like a 180 or at least a 90-degree turn for a band that's going to obviously impact the rest of their careers. You know, I mean, this is a turn that's going to shape them for decades. And that's,
I think with Harris Johns and Frank Blackfire coming in on this.
Yeah.
It's like Harris Johns, he brought the beef. Like there's like everything's like beefed up and heavier, like the heavy that we thought from American thrash that was always on the palm muted chunky riff. And all the previous stuff, I feel like, you know, as much as I like it, it didn't really highlight that chug that becomes kind of what Sodom is known for since.
Yep. And as Mark alluded to, you know, Frank's arrival came at a time when Sodom, you know, to some extent weren't completely serious when compared to like maybe Creator or Destruction, you know, with some of the sloppy production and the fantasy occult lyrics. And Frank is the one that convinces Tom that thrash was moving away from horror and occult of kind of venom towards stuff like war and social themes and things like that. And I found it interesting in that interview from 2011 from Jay Bennett, the opening of the interview, the first couple questions kind of speak to this a little bit, or at least to like, you know, like things that Tom writes about from this point forward. And Jay asks him, he says, has it become a challenge for you over the years to find new ways to write about war? And he says, I don't just write about war, but I always write about the bad things in the world. We write about economic injustice, child abuse, terrorism, religious fanaticism, but war is all around, you know. I looked at the news on the TV today, and a couple of German soldiers were hurt in Afghanistan again. I think a thrash metal band has to write about the bad things in the world. War for me is the worst thing, but it's a good inspiration for writing lyrics. I hate cliche lyrics like Manowar. I read about life, the real things that happen in the world. To be a singer in a thrash metal band, you get a chance to scream aloud on stage, you know? We can't change anything. I'm not politically active, but I can scream aloud. And then Jay asks, of course, 2011, very different time period. He says, America's wars in Iraq and Afghanistan seem like obvious sources of inspiration. Is there anything specific about them that you're addressing in the new album? And I think the album at the time is In War and Pieces from 2011. He says, no, it's not just these wars. I read about Vietnam, World War II. I think every war is the same shit. But my opinion is get the soldiers back home. Also the German soldiers in Afghanistan. To me, that is what the song God Bless You is about. It's the last words a mother says to her son when he goes to the war. It's a good inspiration for writing lyrics. But I want to live in a peaceful world. I don't need any war because a lot of innocent people are going to die too. And that is what I hate. There's so much things I hate when I see the newspapers that makes me angry, that makes me sad. So for me, it's very emotional to write lyrics about this, but it's just what I have to write about. And then he asks Jay says, you have some military experience of your own. He says, yeah, I've been in the German Luftwaffe for 15 months in 83 and 84. We have to do it as part of a military service, but it's not like war, you know. We learned a lot of drinking there. I remember that was a good experience. And he says, did you enjoy your service? He says, not really, because you just get 300 marks. You get food for free, drinks for free. Why no money? But at this time, it was usual to go to the military service. You could do a civil service job for 2 years. Most people wanted to do civil jobs in the hospital or kindergarten or whatever. But I took the decision to do military service for 15 months and then coming back home, you know. So kind of interesting. I didn't know. I mean, it makes sense because a lot of those Europeans have to do the kind of, you know, mandatory service of some sort, civil or whatever. But
yeah, I remember hearing, you know, about that for like, you know, Edge of Sanity and a handful of other bands that like, why did this guy cut his hair? It's like, oh, mandatory military service. I think Finland had the same thing. Exactly.
And, you know, so all this kind of comes together on Persecution Mania. Like Mark said, this is, you know, this is the album that introduces their gas mask mascot, Knarrheinz. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. And he kind of becomes
basically like Gun Joe. If it was a US guy, like Heinz is a very common German name.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I never really, I didn't know he had a name. Just like I didn't know that, like Murray was the name of the guy for Dio.
Oh yeah,
like
Murray.
They never talked about it anywhere. It was like kind of an insider thing. But yeah, this is
you knew Eddie and you knew Megadeth's like
Vic Rattlehead,
yeah. But yeah, a lot of,
and even like Creator. I don't know if Creator's guy has a name. I don't know if I've ever heard it, but like the guy with the demon head with the teeth guy.
Sure.
Who's been on, I mean, I would say most of their, I think he's even on Renewal in some capacity.
Like the Marvel character, the Lucifer from Marvel, the way he's like drawn, you know.
Yeah, minus the hair.
Yeah. So kind of interesting. Or maybe it's, is it Belphegor? Not Belphegor. He's in like the Magic comics with like New Mutants and stuff like that. It's not Lucifer. It's like one of his like sergeants because he has short hair, kind of like the Creator dude. But anyways, I'm diverting.
That's outside my realm of expertise.
But they, you know, this is the time they toured Europe with Whiplash, Destruction, and Coroner, and they did their only North American tour ever. Which is crazy. Sodom's never done another North American tour.
Yeah, he mentioned that quite a bit. That like, you know, people ask him what he'd like to do. He's like, he'd like to do a large tour of America.
Yeah,
I feel like at this point in time, like, it would make sense
if they could get linked up with like a couple of the right bands. It would. I think it would work fine. You know,
or like festival stuff.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have I seen Destruction, or have you seen Destruction? You didn't care.
I've still seen Sodom at one of the metal fests in 97 or 98.
I don't remember now. I can't. I thought I did, but I'm like, I don't have any pictures of it. I didn't write anything about it.
Did we see Destruction in 97, like the Reformation?
I think
They're
so.
kind of awful.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it was in '98 that Sodom played, and that was the year you didn't go.
Oh, of course. I didn't
And
see
that was
Emperor and I didn't see
Emperor.
Sodom.
Yeah, so I think Sodom might have played that year. But
Okay.
Sodom's actually playing at Maryland Death Fest, the Thursday night show, the pre-show.
Oh, this coming year?
Part of me wanted to try and get a ticket just so I could see Sodom, but we'll see. I think it's almost all sold out, but maybe we could try and
probably. I mean, I'd like to see Dismember too, but I have a son coming in January, so I don't know how realistic that is. And plus, like it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, exactly.
More important things.
I've never seen Dismember, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw him was in '92.
I mean, I can still be somewhat of an irresponsible human being, although I do have a girlfriend right now, so we'll see how that goes. No,
even my partner's like, you might want to go do that. I was like, I have to wait and see. Sure. It's like I don't know how I'm going to feel about the whole thing, but that would be like Dismember's starting to come around again. They're putting out all the records out again, and it's not going to be the last time they're going to play.
Sure. So speaking of Persecution Mania, one of the things I think inspired a lot of this, I think I may have mentioned, maybe it was off mic, I can't remember, but there's a website called Worship Metal, and I'm trying to think who wrote the article. A guy named Chris Jennings. This is actually from 2019, and it's German Thrash, the 35 greatest old school albums. And here's what they had to say about Persecution Mania. They said, Sodom's second full-length album marked a notably drastic change of sound from the clattering black metal of 1986 obsessed by Cruelty to the kind of thrash metal that continues to define Sodom's persona some 30-plus years later. Opening with the vicious Nuclear Winter, Persecution Mania instantly sets out its stall as Tom Angelripper, Frank Blackfire, and Witch Hunter looked to political, social, and war themes for inspiration. This would become a consistent motif as time went on, but was arguably perfected at the first time of asking with Electrocution, the title track itself, and particularly Bombenhagal, delivering the goods as Sodom went about delivering the tightest, meanest, leanest collection of songs in their career. However, for all the plaudits and notable progression and maturity, Persecution Mania would be considered Sodom's greatest achievement if it weren't for the arrival of the outstanding Agent Orange just 2 years later. But there's more on that particular masterpiece further on in this feature. So yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, so it's a fun record. And like I said, this was kind of the record that kind of got me back into Sodom. Like it kind of got me deeper into Sodom because I didn't really know how to wrap my head around Obsessed by Cruelty and In the Sign when I first heard it back in the late 90s. I was like, it's like really
hard to penetrate. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what do I do with this, kind of thing. But yeah. And so, like you said, they bring in Harris Johns in production too. They go to Music Lab Studios in Berlin. And that's the studio they're going to return to after touring to record their kind of big commercial breakthrough, which is Agent Orange in 1989. And it reached number 36 on the German charts, sold, like you said, Mark, 100,000 in Germany alone.
Well, that's back when the charts, it meant more than what they do now.
Yeah.
Because they lowered what what you need to have to chart anymore because the charts became so almost meaningless because people aren't buying music.
Well, also too, the charts in the 80s and prior to 1991, 92 are really weird. We're not 100% sure on album sales sometimes because that predates, I think, SoundScan. So a lot of it was reports from record stores on how many
and distributors and stuff too.
Yeah, it was weird. So there's some kind of number fudging there. So there's probably some records that sold way more. I think from what I've heard, some of the subgenres of music are what get underreported, especially hip hop and probably some metal and maybe punk and things like that. They get underreported, and pop stuff and mainstream rock got overreported sometimes. Yeah. So
well, also back then, that wasn't super common. All that stuff was thrown in the import section.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I definitely know they weren't getting as many. There weren't as many distributors that were putting that stuff out as compared to Corrosion of Conformity or something that was a little bit bigger in the 90s.
Sure. Yep. Absolutely. And Agent Orange is interesting too because lyrically it moves into Tom's fascination with Vietnam, and it carries the liner note. It says this album is dedicated to all the people and soldiers and civilians who died by senseless aggressions of wars all over the world. And so, I think Tom's lyrics and Sodom's approach to war has always been is it glorification? And no, I think it's bolt thrower. It's just kind of reporting on the the horrors of war and celebrating the soldiers, whether the soldiers are on the right side or the wrong side of history. Soldiers are soldiers, right?
I mean, it's that's the thing, is it's the cause might not be valiant or anything, but the act to serve your country is a noble endeavor. Yeah, and it's like it's a really interesting like duality of the whole thing. Plus, like the fact that all of everything we've done for the most part in society that's pushed us forward has been from the fact that we can come up with amazing things with our intellect, but we're also murderers. And that's what got us higher up on the food chain. Like, we're brutal. We have a really like, that's the whole yin and yang is so exactly perfectly right, even though mostly used for, hippie drug rugs and stuff now. But that's like, that sums up what we are as a species. Is stuff that we can do incredibly like amazing altruistic things, and then we can kill somebody because they come on our property. Yeah, like they would just be the most cruel possible thing against people that ultimately don't really have anything different outside of like a border where they live, or what, or the tint of your skin or something as random as that. We're very tribal, but I think war is like an endlessly interesting thing for a band to, if that's what you're gonna kind of use. Is like Sodom's done a good job, Bolt Thrower did a great job. The whole term war metal, I don't know how many bands fall into that, because I'm not, that kind of became a thing after I really cared about such, divisions of metal. It was like a kind of a black metal thing for a while. Marduk has a pretty huge, career based off that as well. So it's an interesting thing to talk about, and how it affects society and everything else.
I also find it really pretty fascinating that, German band is like writing a whole album essentially about like an American war. It's cool, right? Like, I think that's an interesting approach. I mean, Vietnam obviously had global aspects to it, but it is, in some ways like an American war, and
for sure. I mean, it's American hubris, and also uniquely, they have a uniquely like kind of specific perspective of people that weren't involved with the atrocities of World War II, but they're very aware of all the bad things of war, and I think have an interesting perspective on it because of that. And like, just like how if you talk to anybody, oh, you're from Germany, immediately what do you think of? Oktoberfest, Nazis.
Yeah. So it is interesting to like, be a country that's reputation is predicated on being on the wrong side of history on war, and then writing an album about a war where clearly the quote unquote good guys were on the wrong side of history, and it is a kind of really fascinating approach.
Because you can critique, your own country without having to go there, No,
it's interesting. And it's, I teach a lot about Vietnam in my class, especially my global studies class. We do a big Cold War Vietnam unit, and it's endlessly fascinating, that war is, just to sort of look at like the ripple effects. I'm not going to go into it because most of our listeners already know that kind of stuff, but it's an interesting subject matter to base an album kind of on. I mean, Agent Orange, obviously the title itself about, the defoliant that was used in the war that obviously led to a lot of problems and stuff. But, it was our it's after we dropped the bomb, like, what's the next grossest thing we can do to people? No shit. But I wanted to return back to that Terrorizer real quick for one last little thing that they said. It said, this is kind of just a little macro. It's not specifically Sodom, but kind of more looking at like the German scene a little. And it said, so what happened in Germany in the 80s that made these people collectively come up with brilliant history-changing thrash metal albums? What makes the Teutonic approach so special and so markedly different from albums belonging to the same metal genre, only recorded in Los Angeles or wherever? It's always hard to pinpoint these things, and our two big men actually have conflicting viewpoints on this. Let's throw them both into the ring. So here you go, Mark. Here's two viewpoints on it. I never saw that much of a difference, to be honest. Millet from creator starts, surprisingly. I'm sure the Americans would probably disagree, but I think the differences between the Germans and the Bay Area have always been minimal. Of course, we're German, and we used to have a more pronounced German accent when we were singing, while the Americans were singing in their mother tongue. That might seem like a minor detail, but I think the accents made the German and European scene in general a bit unique in feeling. But that's the biggest difference as far as we were aware. Then there were, of course, differences in the way of doing things. The Americans were generally more dedicated. They did a lot more touring in a way that German bands did not. All right, so there's perspective one. Here's perspective two. Tom, on the other hand, has an almost opposite opinion. Quote, I love American thrash. I'm a huge Exodus fan, and Slayer is one of my favorites nowadays, he remarks as an introduction. But I do think the two styles are very different. The area where we come from in Germany is full of coal mines and factories. It's very dirty everywhere. It's actually similar to how it was like for Venom in Newcastle, for example, or Raven. I think the American sound of Bay Area was more high polished. I mean, they would stop the music and go to the beach and enjoy their sunny days. That necessarily makes a difference in the sound. When you start doing music in front of a coal mine, it'll be different than if you're looking at the beach. The money matters too. My father was a coal miner. We never had much money. He never gave me enough to buy a bass guitar or anything. I had to save up for a long time to get one. We never had that kind of support from our parents or from the city where we lived. We had to do everything on our own. Even the lyrics will be very different depending on the environment. Listen to old Sodom and then listen to old Exodus or Slayer, and it's obvious. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I would, I think, agree with Tom more than Milla. I don't know exactly what Milla's background was.
Yeah,
but he always seemed more educated, more erudite than most of the other guys.
Yeah, that's true.
He's always kind of had more of a cause instead of he was more overtly political instead of talking about political subjects in a broad way like Tom usually does.
Yeah.
But I think maybe he might have something with talking about like the dialect, because they definitely had like a screechier, more sharp delivery, that definitely led to I think the second wave of black metal kind of vibe, but the more high pitched, Tampa from At the Gates or Michael Stane or somebody's that type of approach to extreme vocals. I think that the extreme vocal part is the thing that always clicked with me, like what really was the difference between them and Exodus, because sound wise it might be a little like leaner on the bottom end, but vocally was always what like holy crap, what is this?
Yeah. Well, and I think too, you can also throw like the Brazilian scene into that and some others, Max's kind of accent and Volcano's accent, and
I the way that the Max pronounces stuff, it makes it like so much more endearing than if it was just like Bay Area American voice. Massive hypnosis.
Yeah, and I mean, like we obsessively laughed and like refused resist, because we used to think like when Max says we used to think it was starting to fart, we died in high school. We didn't know what the fuck he was saying there for
the war for territory.
Yeah, it was great, but it does add a lot of character, for sure.
I think English as a second language adds a lot of charm in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So the album Agent Orange made it to Worship Metal, did their top 5 German thrash albums of all time, and this cracked the top 5. And here's what they had to say. It says, bidding a fond farewell to the knuckle-dragging sound of their Obsessed by Cruelty debut and harnessing the considerable progress made on Persecution Mania, Sodom tickled the fancy of the mainstream with their third album, Agent Orange, and the world stood up and took notice. Think of a superlative, and it applies to this album. Originality, quality, intensity, variety, and technicality all ring true. Still capable of thrashing up a storm, it was on the mid-pace chug of Remember the Fallen and Magic Dragon, where Sodom's monumental progress took form. Reveling in a confidence that allowed Agent Orange compositions to breathe, their less is more approach reaped endless benefits with thrillingly expansive dynamics well and truly achieved. As deadly effective as the title would suggest, Agent Orange stood out in what was obviously a banner year for thrash. After all, to hold your own against the mighty Sepultura, Beneath the Remains, and Creator's Extreme Aggression, amongst many others, takes some doing. But Sodom proved more than worthy of the challenge of their greatest ever album. So it's pretty big words there, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a fan. I think it's not my favorite Sodom, but it's definitely, kind of if you look at the next 20 some plus years of their career, like they kind of set the groundwork.
It's probably the one that has like the biggest commercial impact, certainly, and outside of like the black metal influence, it has probably the longest lasting legacy, besides their early stuff, with black metal, probably.
Yeah, I feel like it takes more, and I think I don't remember when the first Sacred Reich album came out, but it has that more vibe of thrash than what the previous couple records did.
Yep, yeah, for sure. The Decibel did a thrash metal top 50 thrash metal albums of all time, a special collector's edition, which unfortunately, Mark, you didn't do the cover for. You did most.
That was before. That's like a dude riding a surfboard or something, isn't
it? Yeah. Unfortunately, but
that's right. I did the old school metal albums, which kind of doubled up.
The black metal one. You did the death metal one.
Doom. I think there's 4 total.
Yeah. Yep.
It's time to do another one, Albert.
I know. Come on, Albert. Get it together. Let's do.
I got mouths to feed. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. But it does crack the top 30 of their top 50. Agent Orange comes in at number 28, in between Slayer, South of Heaven at 27, and Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. So there you go. And Gene Fury wrote about it. It says, Thrash's tight denim pucker was pillaged by Sodom's dark ferociousness in the form
That's a great intro.
Yeah. It's no wonder this German trio's demonic stylings influenced black metal. Here, the Vietnam War fueled Tom Angelripper's lyrics, relayed in a beastly rasp over a thrash and burn sonic attack. The album was also big on deviance, with songs about sibling incest, a mom's twisted desire to bone her daughter's boyfriend, and the immortality of bullfighting. Mess with this bull, and in the end, you get the horns. So there you go. All right. And then finally, this is from the booklet for the anniversary edition of Agent Orange, which they put out in 2010. And this is from Tom Angelripper, his own writings. And he kind of writes in a semi-cursive, so I'm going to do my best. It's, I don't know if you know this, listeners, but as you get older, reading small, detailed liner notes gets tougher and tougher with your eyes.
You don't have your cheaters?
Oh, no, I'm not there yet.
You got your contacts in?
I got my glasses on, so I'm good.
Okay, because what if I pop my contacts out, I can read the smallest thing.
Then you can, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
It says, oh my God, it's already been 20 years since Agent Orange has first been jerked into the racks of the record shops. Oh, time flies. I like thinking back to the glorious days, especially because it's been the album which completely turned my life and lives of my pals upside down. After the successful debut of 87's Persecution Mania with Frank Blackfire and guitar, the record label, as well as the fans and magazines, claimed an album which would fill the shoes of Persecution Mania without copying it. In the past years, we've consistently been torn to pieces by the press or been even ignored, but the solid headwind we encountered enhanced our upswing. Despite all requirements and expectations, we succeeded in recording an album which also met our personal taste of a well-produced and resonant pumping album. Due to our former producer, Harris Johns, we've been able to conflate the songs and fragments we cobbled together at a rehearsal room to one holistic musical artwork. He was the person who consistently encouraged us to get the most out of us, and he was the only one to know our strong and weak points. He managed to draw a bow between the spirit of the old days and the musical taste of the 80s, drawing to a close. At that time, we regarded him as a fourth band member. The album has been mixed and refined at the Horus Sound Studio in Hanover under the direction of Frank Bornemann, whom we've had a lot of fun with, although we're not always been easy to handle. We've always been jaunty, often unmotivated, and most of the time barely sober, but we've made it. Also the cover, which has been drawn exactly due to my ideas and blueprints by the famous artist from Berlin, Andreas Marschall, accounted for the success of the album. The motive was accurately suited to the concept of my lyrics. The creative interplay between the band, producer Harris Johns, the artist Andreas Marschall, and the label SPV Steamhammer finally contribute to the fact that Agent Orange is reckoned among the most important releases of Sodom by many of the fans. Since success sometimes also bears down sides, there was a growing unrest within the band. After the production was finished, we couldn't look in each other's eyes, and only drunken stupor enabled communication between us. At last, we all knew that one of us had to go to prevent escalation of the situation. Later, Frank quit for finding self-actualization elsewhere. In the previous years, we basically developed our own philosophy, which didn't deal with chart positions or sales figure. Nevertheless, Agent Orange achieved position 36 of the media control charts, a first thrash album at all. Nobody had reckoned with this. Almost all of record reviews were positive. And for the first time in our career, we were accepted as a band and as musicians. As already mentioned, Frank left us before we could start the European tour, which was already booked. When we then made the tour with guest guitarist Uwe Baltrush, who did a professional and pleasant job. Anyways, Agent Orange offered the possibility to live on making music. I quit at work as a coal mine locksmith so I could hurl myself into the adventure of becoming a rock star. However, success wouldn't settle in without the fans. It's been like that in former times and always will be. Therefore, I'd like to thank you all sincerely for your support. It's plaintive that Chris Witchhunter can't commemorate the 20th anniversary of Agent Orange first release with us. May he find his place in his merited peace in rock and roll heaven. Hiya, Chris. I drink a beer to you. Tom Angelripper, 2010. So pretty cool.
I've heard a little bit different of why Frank left, but did you see that? Because I've heard one thing from him where he said he was sick of drunk people trying to play the riffs that he put so much effort into, and then he left to join Creator.
I have heard that as well. Yes.
And then I think that's kind of when things started to, clean up a little bit.
Yeah. Because Frank's going to leave and join Creator and do Coma Souls.
For Coma Souls.
Yeah.
Probably one of my top 3 Creator albums.
Yeah, definitely. And they're going to tour with Sepultura. So kind of a big tour for Beneath the Remains and Agent Orange. That would have been a fun tour to see, I'm sure.
Yeah, being Chrysan.
Yep. So let's get into the music on these 2 records. These kind of 2, kind of turning point records, for a lot of people, kind of the peak of probably their traditional thrash style, maybe. It's hard to say. We're at Kickstart with the album opener to Persecution Mania, Nuclear Winter. One thing I've noticed in doing this, putting this together is Sodom are kind of known for their fantastic album openers. They really kind of like come out the gate pretty strong. That's kind of one of their...
Yeah, they're just kind of blazing.
And Nuclear Winter definitely doesn't disappoint. I mean, in a lot of ways, phase 2 of Sodom is born at the 130 mark of Nuclear Winter. Mm-hmm. All the new elements kind of come together here. Frank's solos, Witchhunter is more controlled, but still pretty fierce drums. Tom's kind of new vocal approach. And then it kind of all locks in at like the 310 mark. And that fucking bass part that goes right into the solo is really fucking awesome in Nuclear Winter.
Yeah, just the bass in general is more audible.
Yeah.
They kind of like split it up from whatever the frequency of the guitars are. So it's not as matching that quite so much. Actually, it's more of a kind of like... it kind of bleeds in between everything. It's great.
Yeah, I'm definitely became a bigger fan of the stuff that Tom does on bass. It's probably something I didn't really hone in on until putting this album or this episode together.
Yeah, I would agree. It was always kind of just serviceable, but I don't know, because there's also a couple like fan re-edits that I was listening to on YouTube, where it gives it kind of more of a full spectrum of sound.
Okay.
So
for
you can hear
songs or certain albums.
There's one for Persecution Mania where somebody actually they re-edited the whole thing. I didn't listen to the whole thing. I just listened to a couple songs here and there, but there's some interesting stuff.
Yeah, if you check that out. Yeah, I didn't play around too much in there. Then we get Christ's Passion, kind of our first epic Sodom song. That's going to be something they're going to do a lot more of throughout their career. Got some kind of doomy, kind of more morbid moods to it, I would say. Love the chorus, and that shift at 3 minutes is like pretty fucking godly, and it's one of my favorite Frank guitar solos of the whole record is on Christ's Passion. Really, really good.
Yeah.
And then Bombenhagal, aforementioned, it's goofy, patriotic, brilliantly catchy as all hell.
Well, kind of tongue-in-cheek patriotic.
Yeah, for sure.
It means literally hail of bombs.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely a critique, but it's playing around with the national anthem and some of that kind of stuff, the German national anthem. But I mean, it's still tough. Like I urge you not to belt out a couple of like fuck yeahs driving around with like the windows down on a warm summer day. Listen to Bombenhagal, like.
Oh yeah, I mean, it almost reminds me of like a spiritual successor to like Fast as a Shark that has the the traditional German music in the beginning of it.
Yeah,
then blast into
like
it.
You could kind of draw a line in a weird way. Work with me here, like Fast as a Shark to this to like fucking Death Crush.
Yeah,
it's just got that like that fucking punky bass breakdown. It's like a less evil version of like Death Crush or something like that. So it's pretty fun.
Well, even the I think the drum fills in this start to remind me more of Lars from Metallica. They come in places where you don't necessarily expect them to be, and they almost seem like a weird like afterthought, like somebody who's not because that Lars has never, his strong suit has never been being a drummer. It's putting percussion in places that don't make any sense, but somehow it works a lot of the time.
Yeah,
in the first 5 records, not
especially like
lately, but
Injustice and some of that stuff. Yeah. So you throw those 3 tunes together with Persecution Mania, which we open the whole show up, and you get a pretty good overview of what is going on in this record. And then we got a trio of tunes from Agent Orange. Another album opening classic, biting lyrics. This is the title track, Agent Orange, that touch on some of the, deeply disturbing, consequences of, U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah.
Fire that doesn't burn, that whole thing.
I mean, this is like the first vocal hook almost. Because right after he says that, then we just get that nice chug. Yeah. Some, Slayerish riffs going on. It's, everything is just, it seems much more calculated in a good way. Yeah. Like they know what to build on, not to use so many riffs. Like we've got 3 or 4 riffs. Let's just like tweak these and make them work. And, have like, there's breakdowns, which I've never, disliked.
No.
That's like your entry point for a lot of people. Like, oh, this is so fast and weird. But then, there's that one spot where I can like, I can headbang to, and that feels like it's, I can understand it.
Well, we definitely like, Frank's guitar bit, like I think the 240 mark, I said smokes, and then the war samples are pretty effective. And then, the part that for me always jumped out is the, this kind of a cool acoustic little part that you get when you get to like Tired in Red, right? Mm-hmm. That's like the part. And it's almost like, it's weird to say this because obviously I don't think it had any influence, but it reminds me of like when it comes in, it's like kind of like what early Opeth would do, where like they would just like kind of cascade into like an acoustic part, and yet it like fit really well. And it was a nice transition to like the next riff or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got like, Metallica vibes, but also like When the Sun Burns Red from Coma of Souls.
Yeah, that's another good one.
It breaks into that one. But also on Agent Orange, the track, the guitar actually mimics or like kind of like plays with the vocal line, which I don't think we've ever had in a Sodom song up until then.
No. And it's going to be something they're going to do a lot more of, throughout. But yeah, I mean, Tired in Red, like it's got this off the rail sort of speed in that opening kind of first couple minutes. And then that fucking transition into the acoustic part, is really great. Utterly fucking, catchy mosh riff that Frank kind of proceeds a solo over. Mm-hmm. I mean, Tired in Red is definitely one of my favorite Sodom songs, truly. I mean, it's one I always return to. And
I think it's got a real Kirk Hammett solo vibe too, like at the peak of his powers.
Yeah, no, that's a good that's a good. I was trying to think who Frank kind of reminded me of, and I think Kirk's a good guitar player.
Not a whole. I mean, and even though I think it's his last, I think Tapping the Veins is Frank's last record, isn't it?
No, he leaves after this one.
Yeah. Oh, so he's not even on it, but that kind of vibe goes over onto Tapping the Vein, where I was like, some of this sounds like if Metallica would have like completely done a 180 after Injustice. Yeah. They might have done stuff that was on Tapping the Vein musically.
I could see. Yeah, that's Andy Brings. We'll talk about him a little bit more. But yeah. And then we sort of end with Ausgebombt, which means bombed out.
Or destroyed by bombs.
Destroyed by bombs, yeah. Family house destroyed by bombs. Yep.
Total, yeah, exactly. Punk energy. You know what? Yep. The biggest thing that jumped out, the bass tone, it reminded me of like Impaled Nazarene, Tsunama Finland, Parakella.
Okay. I can see
very
that.
Bass forward, which was basically Motorhead, but it was Motorhead through Sodom, I feel.
This is sort of a surprising thing that I discovered. Rolling Stone magazine did a top 100 metal albums of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And this album cracked in at number 63. In between Godflesh Street Cleaner and Sleeps Jerusalem. Pretty fascinating. Just like, I don't know what to do with that information. It's just sort of like...
Who's writing this list?
I think they have some dedicated people now. I know one of the guys that does a lot of the metal stuff for Rolling Stone is was it Corey Grow?
Oh, okay, yeah. He used to write for Decibel and a handful of other. He's a nice dude.
Yeah, we met him. We met him in New York City when we went
at the Gates show
to go at the Gates. Yeah, he got like with us or something. So yeah, so I mean, I think. I'm not saying I don't read Rolling Stone for their metal reviews, but whenever they do like online stuff on metal, like somebody like there's a couple competent people who kind of sort of know what they're doing. It's not all like hipster bullshit or something, so.
Yeah. I mean, and 40 years in or whatever, I should hope they take it seriously to some degree.
You hope so. So, all right. So yeah, we're going to tackle the two big monsters that end the 80s for Sodom here with Persecution Mania and Agent Orange. So we have a trio from Persecution Mania to start things off: Nuclear Winter, Christ Passion, Bombenhagal, and then we got a trio from Agent Orange, the title track, Tired and Red, and Ausgebombt. And then we'll hear from Tom once again.
fear of the tomb, image of a god. against pumping rates. Cowered in a shelter. Against the slow fades. Bombenhagal. 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 condition, they are dying. Newborns of the death, the deaths of our generations. The circle of transmission, there is no way for reparation. Must live with chemical agent cards. Agent Orange. Agent Orange. Agent Orange. The fire that doesn't burn. Agent Orange, burn. Agent Orange, burn. Agent Orange, burn. speech was masquerade out of my head. My head reached, my body shook in the clouds of death. Starting ways I gonna die. Starting scared to bleed to die. Starting confirm my odds of death. Starting to my last breath.
With regard to Sodom, your sound seemed to kind of evolve fairly quickly. You know, how would you describe the kind of sound and style of the early work, and then the shift that you started to take with like Persecution Mania and some of those like later 80s records?
Step, from Sis to Persecution Mania, we changed the music, we changed the lyrics, I know. But I think the most important thing is that we got a producer for the first time, The producer of the first two records was Horst Müller, who also produced Celtic Frost and Running Wild, We got a lot of problems with him, He was not really interested in producing a band, He just recorded the stuff, He never helped us doing it better, And then we came to Harris Jones when they were released Expurse of Sodomy, the first single, This was like a fourth band member. He really helped us, And he told us, okay, when you're recording an album, don't drink so much, Take your time, try to do it in the best way, And in the end, There was Persecution Media, and that really changed, I don't know if we had a producer who was obsessed by Cruelty or the Son of Evil, what will be the result, but Persecution Media, that was really, it's really important to say that Harris Jones really helped us,
Yeah, it seems like...
And from that time, what Persecution Media called, nothing changed,
Yeah.
If you listen to Persecution Media or the latest release, it's the same.
I was going to say, that's kind of like where the second form of Sodom seems to be born, right? That second wave, absolutely.
And that never changed. We tried to get better songs, tried to get better musicians, whatever, but we never really changed, That is always the same music.
Mm-hmm. It seems like your lyrics kind of started to change around that time too. Where did kind of, I guess, your fascination with the politics of war and some of those things come into play? Was that something you've always been interested in as a band? Because it seems like you kind of replaced the fantasy kind of Venom lyrics of the first couple of records and then went into more the war and nuclear winter and even up until modern times.
Yeah, in these times, the Obsessed by Cruelty in the Son of Evil, I was really interested in Aleister Crowley and all this stuff,
Yeah.
It makes me really sick, I stopped writing songs about this, And I took the decision writing songs about life,
Yeah.
And the war is life, it's... And when you're going to see TV news or reading newspapers, I was really interested in historical things, like Vietnam War and all that stuff, that inspired me writing lyrics, till nowadays,
Sure.
And, I don't want to write fantasy lyrics, but I don't want to write about the big political themes, I just want to write about the small war between two soldiers, man against man, the war of the small man, of soldiers, And yes, it is something that inspired me all the time, So nowadays I start writing lyrics about the war, and all the stuff, that, I cannot change. I know that I cannot change anything with this kind of lyrics, but I can scream it out on stage.
Yeah. No, it's a form of catharsis and frustration at the human condition, and things like that. I get it, As a history teacher, I'm constantly talking about this stuff, and I can't change it, but it's like, it still feels good to have those conversations and,
Yeah, it helps me, it's like a therapy, Scream it out on stage, stop the war,
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And there is no political opinion in the songs, it's just like a war movie. It's just so the same way I write the lyrics, and you never find any political opinion in the lyrics,
Yeah, it's almost more of a documentation of just the effects of war and
yeah, but the documentation helped me to understand, when I'm going to write about Vietnam War, World War II, whatever, Or my grandfather told me stories, about the World War. He was fighting in the World War I,
Yeah, wow.
And I remember some stuff of it. This is something I'm going to write down all the time.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I guess looking back at those early records, do you have kind of personal favorites from Inside, Obsessed, and Persecution that you're particularly proud of decades later? You're like, oh, that's a really great example of that era of Sodom, or is it just kind of all your children? You love them all equally, I guess.
I love them all, I think Agent Orange changed my life, that is true. Because that was a time when I quit my job in a coal mine, and I got my money from a record company every month, so I could make my live from the music and spend more time with the band, touring, studio jobs, rehearsing, whatever, That was a big step in my life, And so I think Agent Orange is not my favorite album, But this album coming to the right times, the end of the 80s, and was really, really successful in these times, For me, helps me quitting my job in a coal mine, That's what I really appreciate, and I will never forget it,
Sure. Yeah.
But I love them all, I love them. When we did the 40 years sample, we listened to all the albums, the whole band, So it was really funny because, if you listen to Obsessed by Cruelty or in the Son of Evil, you know, a couple of songs were completely out of tuning, you know, and out of timing, you know. And when we covered our own songs, we do it in a more accurate way, you know. We have a better drummer nowadays, but we try to keep the spirit of the old songs, you know.
Yeah.
And but we did it, you know. People really like the cover songs, the Sodom cover songs.
Were there songs when you guys went back through that 40-year journey that kind of like you reappraised and you're like, oh my God, I forgot like how much we love this song, or you know what I mean? Like in songs you hadn't really thought about for a long time, or?
We forgot to play the song, you know. So when we choose the songs for the set list for the 40 years, you know, we don't want to do the classics. We don't want to do the hit singles from each album, you know.
Yeah.
There are so many good songs on every album, you know, completely underrated songs we never play live or we never rehearse, you know. So that was really funny to listen to Equinox, you know, with those Obsessed by Cruelty songs, you know. What to hell played on the guitars, you know. It was really, but you know, it helps us shooting these songs for the next upcoming set list for the live shows, you know.
Yeah. No, that
was really funny, you know. So many remembrance coming back when we played Obsessed by Cruelty stuff or In the Son of Evil, you know. That was really crazy, you know. But we just choose one song from each album, you know. And that was really hard to do because there are so many albums with no fillers on it, you know. Mm-hmm. If you go to M16 or Get What You Deserve, you know, I like all the songs.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
That was Ausgebombt from Agent Orange, Tired and Red, Agent Orange, and then we heard Bombenhagal, Christ Passion, and Nuclear Winter from Persecution Mania. I also heard once again from our good friend Tom Angelripper there. So thank you, Tom. So we're going to kind of keep the train rolling. I think a lot of the heavy lifting's been done. We're kind of through the era that's probably the most like academically looked at era of Sodom, which is their 80s period. But
the most turbulent too. You know, those early years, I think, really kind of shaped where they're going to go.
A lot of turnover and stuff like that. But now we get into a period where I would say this is maybe the rough spot for Sodom, and not in like because these albums are bad, but it's just a lot of band turnover. They're trying a lot of different styles throughout. You know what I mean? And for example, 1990, we get Better Off Dead. Not based on the movie. And you bring in, yeah, I know that'd be cool. A concept album on Better Off Dead would be fun. You bring in Michael Hoffman on guitar, and of course, the album opens. The title track opens with the iconic sample from Dolph Lundgren's Punisher. What is punishment? Which is funny because I know it more. I never saw the Dolph Lundgren Punisher. I don't think I did. I don't remember it if I did.
Oh, I was so fucking excited when that thing came out.
Were you? I had just heard
and it was just a turd. It was such a turkey.
Yeah. So I never actually rented it because I just heard it was bad. But where I know that sample from, and probably people of my generation, probably more than yours, is fucking Biohazard used it in the song Punishment. And I never knew where that sample
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, they're like, what is punishment or whatever. That's apparently Dolph Lundgren saying it in the movie. So anyway.
Okay, I didn't get into Biohazard as much as people a couple years younger, but
yeah, I was gonna say, Urban Discipline, man, that shit was where it was at.
I found out more about him when I was like, oh yeah, that guy, and then he's like, oh, I'm a porn star now. It's like,
Evan Seinfeld.
Okay, weird.
And then he was in that fucking shitty ass show where he lived in a house with like Scotty Ian and Ted Nugent and Sebastian Bach or whatever, and they formed a band.
Was it like a VH1 show or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember. What kind of band would that be?
I think it was Jason Bonham was the drummer, and it was just like a hot mess. Like Ted Nugent always like fighting with Sebastian Bach, I think, and yeah.
It might actually, in retrospect, be entertaining to watch now.
Oh, I think it had its moments, yeah, for sure.
Because Sebastian Bach and Nugent are such fucking loudmouths too that they would probably be pretty entertaining to watch. Just like bicker at each other.
My girlfriend loves. I mean, I love Gilmore Girls too, but she loves Gilmore Girls, and so we'll be listening to stuff, and Skid Row will come on. I'm like, there's Gil, fucking selling the sandwiches, and she's.
I like that. What his career move was that's that's a move that I would not expect, and that
It was so
kept him
cool.
going for a while.
I know it was very cool, and I adored him on that show. But yeah, it was really fun. So he knows Sebastian Bach through Gilmore Girls, not through Skid Row, which is just a really fucking weird. I don't know.
But also he was on a season of Trailer Park Boys.
Oh yeah, was it? Yeah, because he's Canadian, so that makes sense.
So Rush was on. I mean, it's goes with the territory.
And so Better Off Dead, I was listening to it again today. There's a couple of classic bangers, but it's starting. This is where you get like kind of some inconsistent records throughout the 90s where there might be a couple strong songs, but like as a whole, I don't put like the whole thing on. Tapping the Veins like an exception. That one I think like I can listen to pretty much from start to finish. But like we're going to listen to a pair of tunes here. One is kind of one of their big staples live. And it's this aches with accept tendencies, which is the Saw is the Law.
It's all based on Texas Chainsaw 2, isn't it?
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Saw is the Law was like. That was the tagline for that.
Yeah.
The Dennis Hopper one.
For Dennis Hopper. Yep. But I mean, like, you can see why this would be a good sing along at like fucking stadiums and stuff like that, or like, music festivals, the Saws. I mean, it's very catchy, very accept.
And then they end it at the very end of it. The law is the saw.
Yeah.
It's a very kind of boneheaded song too. It's very,
for sure. That's what I mean. It's almost like written just to be like sang along at like concerts or something. Actually thinking about it now, it's a proper German like drinking hall anthem. Yeah, because they're known for for that kind of ridiculousness. Yeah, I mean it's like kind of the Wacken culture, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, in a way, I said it feels like an Exodus meets Accept number. Like it's like those two bands kind of coming together in a weird way. And I think here's the other thing. I'm curious when you started to notice it, because this is when I start to hear Tom Araya tendencies starting to appear in Tom's vocals.
There's definitely some of those. There's some later on ones too, where he's doing more of the, I'm trying to think which records it was when Tom was doing more of like, it was all screamy.
It was kind of like God Hates Us All, that era forward.
Yeah, like he was just, he didn't really like fluctuate his vocals as much as he had in the past.
Yep. Yeah. So, and I know, even in that interview I just read from Tom where he says like, I've become like a bigger Slayer fan like recently, almost. Like I'm sure he was into Slayer back in the day, but it's almost like as he got older, he started to appreciate Slayer more, and maybe it like kind of just, I don't know, bled into his DNA, or they just have similar voices too, registers and stuff. But it's kind of interesting. Something like
I definitely picked that up as well.
And then the other tune we're here is Stalinorgel, which is a kind of punkish, fun, anthemic album closer that reeks of Tank and Motorhead. Obviously two bands that they love. And
the title also is based on Stalin's organ, which is a huge rocket system that looked like a pipe organ.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of.
I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's kind of insane looking.
Yeah, it's not a pro-war tune at all. It's kind of more of just a documentation of like the grim realities of the Eastern Front during World War II. And the Katyusha, Katyusha, Katyusha rocket launcher, which they call the Stalin organ. Pretty nuts.
Well, I like how like bass driven this thing is too.
Oh, like I said, it's very punky. Like I said, the Tank kind of Motorhead kind of feel to it. And I guess we should mention that like this is the second record in a row with a Tank cover, and Better Off Dead. So it's kind of interesting. And then also they do fucking Cold Sweat, the Thin Lizzy tune, which is weird. So
I enjoy that song.
Yeah, I love Cold Sweat. I don't know if I like Sodom's version as much, but it's.
I honestly didn't listen to it, so I will have to
check it out. See what you think. It's
Hold Judgment.
You kind of need Phil's vocals for that. Like, there's something about like Phil, just kind of like his passion. Like the speed and veracity of that song. Like Cold Sweat. It's like you want to sing that, and Tom doesn't have that same voice as Phil.
No, he can definitely like bark out stuff fast, but not in the same diction.
Not in that melodic kind of way.
No.
Yeah. And so then we leave Better Off Dead in 1990, and we get to a record that I think is pretty near and dear to you, Mark, which is 92's Tapping the Vein. And This is when Tom brings in another new guitar player. Andy Brings is his name, and he kind of really. I'll get my thoughts out of the way because I know you have a lot more of them. in a way seems to be responding to the proliferation of death metal that's really kind of starting to hit commercial peaks between, say, 90 and 92.
Yeah.
As the album's really bathed in a lot of extreme metal tendencies, intertwined with kind of thrash, kind of speed metal stuff. And Witch Hunter really steps his game up. You kind of heard, especially in Saw is the Law, you kind of heard some like really pretty good double bass on Better Off Dead. But here it's like he really goes into it. And I said the record has this fragmented mad scientist of styles approach that does work. It kind of works for me. But what are your thoughts? Because this is a record you've had for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, it was like the first I got, for free. I got, back when they would send you actual CDs to review.
What?
And I believe it was on, it was SPV, but I think they were being distributed by Century Media at the time.
Oh, okay.
So I got it through them, and it sat there for quite a while. I thought the cover was just absolutely retarded. It looked so dumb. It was like a very like homoerotic muscle man with this he had some type of he was like pumping his blood into this gun. I don't know exactly what was happening there. But as far as like the production, I think is absolutely, for their sound, is tremendous. So thick. When like reading research and stuff for this, I got a lot of the death metal. Like people were saying it was a death metal influenced record. I don't hear that at all.
You really?
Okay. I'm not sure like what that, if that's like the more like double bass stuff. Tom's vocals seem to be kind of real similar. It seems more like pushing the thrash envelope further.
I mean, I get some like kind of death growls from it, but they've always been there. You go back.
Yeah, he's had all kinds of different like approaches to that. Like there, it's all fucking palm muted. There's tons of that. Like the solos are very Hammett, very Metallica-ish solos. But the whole, and
I would say
I think the record's probably a little long, but
yeah, I agree.
Which is kind of a problem with that era.
Maybe it toes the line the way, I don't know, like Malleus Malefication or
Maleficarum.
Maleficarum. Yeah, thank you. Jeez, I was trying to. I don't have it in front of me. Like that's like a thrash record that's like into death metal, but like it kind of like intends to be a thrash record, but it's just heavier. It's like that's the kind of feeling I get with Tapping the Vein, where like I don't know, it's a thrash record that maybe like toes up to like death kind of tendencies at times, but it's never trying to be a death metal record. I don't think.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they were like with like some of the Testament stuff where they were obviously trying to put some death metal elements into the music. This just seemed like it was just kind of like up in the energy.
Yeah.
A little bit. And and there's like a lot of there's kind of like a lot of tongue-in-cheek goofiness to like lyric stuff in this as well, I think. But as far as I guess, even like at the very, like the closing, chorus for Tapping the Vein, he does kind of do like a guttural tapping the vein more so than like his normal kind of screech. So I could see that it never occurred to me at all until reading some stuff up on this.
I think if you place it in between like Better Off Dead and Get What You Deserve, you can kind of like hear how, this is like.
And I didn't have the context for ever hearing. I never heard the previous records. I went straight from Agent Orange, and this was the next one that I heard. Yeah. So I was like, this is more kind of, feels more, makes more sense to me. Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah. And I mean, in a way, like even on the title track, you kind of hear this kitchen sink approach, Tom's more sinister vocals, evil sounding riffs, bubbling double bass, but it's also textured, like you said, it's got catchy thrash bounce, because of like Angelripper's kind of bass tones are really fucking killer especially in the title track here.
Yeah.
And then like, maybe the band that I think this album is closest to in a weird way, because they sort of toe the line sometimes. Like I think of like Dark Angel or like Sadus. Like those are both bands that are, I guess, fall into like the thrash vein, but are like right at the edge, right? On some
I could
level.
Definitely, speed wise, I could definitely hear some Dark Angel.
Yeah, and even like Sadus with like what DiGiorgio and those guys were doing, like it's not, it doesn't have the bass playing to that, but that was stuff like hyper fucking fast,
Yeah.
In a way, like you get to a song like Hunting Season, the second tune we'll hear from Tapping the Vein, and I said the riffs on the record really remind me of like Dark Angel, or even like what I get is also like Violence, like Eternal Nightmare type riffs.
Yeah. It was almost like that, whatever you would consider that almost last era of thrash.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird too, because this song like has moments where I said it's almost as if like Persecution Mania and Death Leprosy had a child. Like Death Leprosy, obviously, and
I can see that.
Bloody Gore have some thrashy elements to it, but they're just doing a more it's just like leveled up way beyond, obviously. But there's still like thrash catchiness on those first two Death records, and so I don't know. I get a little bit of that vibe on it, which is kind of different, Well,
there's one more thing I had on Tapping the Vein. It was goofy, but there's like this tom spot where they keep kind of this is like repetitious tom thing that reminds me of like somebody smacking their arm to put a tourniquet on to tap the vein. I don't know if it was almost 3 in the morning when I made that observation.
That revelation. Yeah.
So I don't know if that was ever intentional, but there's a lot of kind of goofy, like there's more, I don't know. I don't have written down exactly who the producer was on this one. Was this the last one with Johns?
It might be. I've got the stack of CDs upstairs. Unfortunately, I have them in front of me.
Here, I can plug it real quick. But it felt like the most accurate version of them up to this, like for that point in their career. And they were just more willing to like kind of screw around with goofy ideas and stuff too. Yeah, this is Harris Johns. This was his last one with them, I believe.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. And so then, that's then we're going to end with a tune that we'll kind of come back to sort of say our goodbyes with, for part 1 here. And it's a tune called Silence is Consent from Get What You Deserve from 1994. And we'll kind of wrap up this sort of like early to mid 90s kind of era, which is probably a good stopping point before we kind of kick into, part 2 of Sodom. So we've got The Saw is the Law and Stalinorgel from Better Off Dead from 1990. Then we got Tapping the Vein and Hunting Season from Tapping the Vein from 92. And then we come back 2 years later with Silence is Consent from Get What You Deserve.
Eyes of the flesh have come, with tears in his eyes and a gun in his hand. So ends the story of the chainsaw man. The saw is the law. 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 The law is the saw. The saw is the law. The law is the saw. Conflagration, thrust through the hostile front. Slow digression, winter, there's nothing shining bright. Resistance in December against the deadly light. Stalinorgel, carry the war into the enemy's camp. Stalinorgel, Stalinorgel, vomiting fire and thunder. Stalinorgel, tenacity and national defense. With strugglers hand to hand. Curtain of fire at the front line. Capitulation and betrayal of this land. Snow oppression, winter, there's nothing shining bright. Resistance in December against the deadly light. Stalinorgel, carry the war into the enemy's camp. Stalinorgel, Stalinorgel, vomiting fire, inferno, thunder. Stalinorgel. Immediately near Red armies track back in triumphant advance. Madmen lost the war and disappeared. Snow, cloud, pressure, winter, there's nothing shining bright. Resistance in December against the deadly light. Stalinorgel, carry the war into the enemy's camp. Stalinorgel, Stalinorgel, vomiting fire, inferno, thunder. Stalinorgel. fire that pours from the door. Find an hour, the one that got me out of the brain. Always there, don't know what to say yet. Do not dare, never again. Checking the vein. The darkness all around me now. I can see a door that's never really open. Not for me, the shock of recognition now. I will die, my thoughts with thoughts. Tell you why, I'm going insane. Checking the vein. 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 I want to set the world on fire like a savage beast of fire desire. I burn enemy to neutralize. They got no reason. Hunting season.
That was Silence is Consent, Hunting Season, Tapping the Vein, Stalinorgel, and then we kicked off with The Saw is the Law from Better Off Dead. And yeah, you had one other thing you wanted to say about Hunting Season before we talk about the song we just kind of heard there.
Oh, this was a little bit of trivia, which is it's probably common knowledge, but Tom's like his big hobby is hunting.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm assuming this has something to do with that, but there's also another one where like it was a vocal led hook.
Oh,
which like kind of bringing more of that stuff back from Persecution Mania, the more traditional songwriting, I guess. But what else did I have? Oh, the very the slower like hooky part totally sounds like some old Finnish death metal riff.
Oh, yeah.
To me, there was just like there's all kinds of weird shit. You know, I didn't go back and listen to much of the record, just these couple of songs we had, but
yeah.
In the previous weeks that we've been talking about this, I've listened to the record a bunch of times, but I could probably have a lot more to say about the record, just like completely off the wall shit. If we were doing a proper just this album thing, but
sure.
It's definitely worth revisiting. I think it's got more going on than Better Off Dead. That's kind of the stinker for me out of the whole group.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So for me,
well, there's a couple, but
for me, it's these next two records that begin kind of for me like a fallow period for my fandom. You know, Witch Hunter gets kicked out, so I think that's like a real loss. Like for me, Witch Hunter still makes like Better Off Dead, like, and some of the songs on there like pretty cool. I mean, it's no Agent Orange, it's definitely no Tapping the Vein, you know, but it's like okay, you know.
It's just it's a weird, like, I mean, after you hit a certain height, it's tough to do that again. So it's like it makes sense that that's probably not the strongest record.
But like Get What You Deserve and Masquerade and Blood in 94, 95, those are my probably least listened to albums. I'm not going to say they're the worst. They're just the records I know the least amount about. Like I've never owned them per se.
Yeah.
Whereas like starting with Till Death Do Us Unite, like I own everything pretty much from that point on, I think, except maybe one record from like 97 on. So, you know, it's maybe more of just like, I just don't own it, you know, and I think Masquerade and Blood, I don't think is on Spotify. So that's another reason why, like, because
there's Agent Orange.
Yeah. Again, that's weird.
Like I had to listen to it on YouTube.
Yeah. So it's you know, so it's not naturally like easy for me when I'm going through their catalog to like spend some time on that record, you know, as much.
And I'm also coming at it from a point of like, does this sound like Sodom to me? I'm becoming, because the music's not overly crazily different, but like when they get a new producer, sometimes the producer really gets what they're trying to do, and sometimes they just fall on their face and they're trying to like think what they want them to be or something. But
well, and like, you know, Witch Hunter gets kicked out, and then they bring in a guy called Atomic Steve, who played with Holy Moses and Living Death. He replaces. And you know, the one thing I'll say about Get What You Deserve is like it's got like a more of a punky kind of loose kind of there are a couple of like death metal tendencies that still carry over from Tapping the Vein, I guess, but it's got like a lot of groove metal.
Yes, I would agree with that totally.
Which is, you know, a sign of the times, you know, 94. I mean, that's kind of, you know, Pantera and White Zombie are kind of at their peak of their powers and stuff, but there's even like some Suicidal Tendencies kind of stuff going on throughout the record at times. And so like, I don't know, it's just not like an era that I spend a lot of time with. And it's kind of where we end this kind of part one with is these kind of two albums that I don't know if you have strong feelings either way about like Masquerade and Blood either, but like, again, it's not super memorable. The title track here, it's fine. It's heavier, groovier. It's very pretty. It's very mid 90s, you know, it's just mid 90s metal to me.
Yeah. I've got, you know, groove metal vibe. I think the productions just sounds weird to me. I mean, probably the best thing about it's the Andreas Marshall cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
And some of those, like, you know, Sodom has a lot of covers, but some of them, like, the funny thing is some of my favorite Sodom covers are way later in their career, which is, you know, the last couple I think were fantastic.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think here. I've got this quote from Terrorizer from the Napalm Death kind of issue where The one thing I'll say about this era is I'll give Sodom credit in this era. They didn't compromise their sound at all. And, that counts for a lot with many of their contemporaries, right?
Sure.
Like, a lot of people in this era put out stinkers. And here's the thing, Get What You Deserve, Masquerade and Blood are not stinkers. They're pretty good metal records. They're just not my favorite Sodom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, because you've got a lot of highs and stuff that's kind of like genre defining to work with. So you're definitely going to have ups and downs.
And I guess as we kind of wrap up, part one here, and kind of say our goodbyes or whatever, I'll sort of end with this from that Terrorizer. It says, they kind of talk about, I'll share the part about kind of Coma of Souls and Creator just above. He says, this is Millie kind of setting some context. He says, we started the band as teenagers. Our whole musical career up to Coma of Souls was done in that very early period in our lives. I was 23 years old when I recorded that album. I was still in the very beginning of my musical journey, if you think about it. The reaction I had at the time was to try new things. I wanted to explore, to go deeper, to be more ambitious, do something that no one had done before. I was a little bored with our style, and so we came up with Renewal, which sounded absolutely right for us. Obviously, some fans were really concerned, and many of them still have trouble with that album today, but that's something that I totally understand. But the thing is, I am positive that we hadn't done those more experimental albums in the 90s, we would not be here now. It was absolutely necessary for the band to keep going. If we would have just done more albums in the same style again, if we had gone for another Coma of Souls or another Extreme Aggression, I don't think I would have been able to keep the band going for much longer. I had the need to explore things, and that's what I did. I was being true to myself. There was never any plan to become more popular, sell more records or whatever. These records all came from the heart, just like any other. Sodom, on the other hand, said, fuck it all, and just charged ahead. Quote, I think the record company started having some trouble as the digital age approached, but there was never any problem for us. A lot of bands started to get more commercial or changing their sound, but we just chose to become heavier than ever. And I think that was absolutely the right way to go, Tom explains. We love our fans and they're everything to us, but we've always done most music strictly for ourselves. It doesn't matter how many people buy the album or how many people come to the shows. So it made sense for us to go this way. Strahi was one of the heaviest guitarists I ever had in the band, for instance. We never looked to other bands, to the scene, or to any reviews in magazines for ways to move the band forward. We just kept making music for ourselves and, as a consequence, to our fans as well. Record companies have always told us that we need to change this or change that times are different and that we need to keep up, be more melodic. But no, just no. So there you go. Tom says it best. So just kind of stay the course.
It makes sense for Milla as well. Like, Coma of Souls was kind of like Injustice.
Yeah.
Like, where could you go with their sound at that point?
Yeah.
But they could have gone further extreme too. They didn't have to do whatever Renewal was. I mean, the worst part, I haven't listened to it in years, but the vocals were what really got me. Like they were so bad because Milla can't sing like a traditional singer. He's got a very specific, delivery. And when he tried to do that, whatever the other take was, like his almost alternative rock take on vocals or something, it's just.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know if I've ever listened to all of Renewal before because you guys just always told me to avoid it.
Oh man, I remember buying it because I love the cover. I thought the cover was really cool, that praying mantis and shit on it.
Uh-huh.
And then listening to it, I just could not get over how bad the vocals were. So I don't really remember much about it except that I hated it.
The cover always kind of reminded me a little bit like maybe it's just the color scheme and the artist style of Draconian cover, sort of.
I think it's I don't know if it's Dave McKean or not. Probably not.
McKean did the other Paradise Lost cover.
He did Shades of God.
Yeah. I don't know who painted Draconian, but it almost seems like the guy that did Renewal. But yeah.
Well, Draconian was it was a photo.
Oh yeah, that's right. But isn't there like painting on the photo or something? The weird color scheme.
There's like photo like gels that they used over the top. There's a lot of compositing of photography.
Got it. Okay.
And the same, like that's one of the most consistent eras of their, like that and like the Sweetness EP and like some of that stuff. And then even before that with Icon, that all that stuff was very like, classical looking.
Very cultivated. Yeah.
Yeah. And it looked so like my favorite Napalm Death era is all that mid era stuff.
Yeah.
Where it was just like this very specific stuff, like where they had three, a couple EPs and, Harmony is probably my least favorite of that era. but they just had a lot of just like really iconic, at least stuck with me as being really iconic.
Of the covers and the artistic style, you mean?
Yeah, because nobody really kept an artist that much. Like what the hell was the guy? I'm trying to think of the dude that did most of the early creator stuff. Because I think he did everything. I think he even
Andreas Marshall? Didn't Andreas Marshall do all that? No, it was
no, it was a different dude. I'd have to look. I remember we talked about him at some point, but I didn't realize how prolific he was.
Well, we did like a Patreon episode where we looked at like metal artists. I remember. Maybe that's what, I can't remember which artist.
We talked about him and like Larry Carroll, I think, at the same time, the Slayer dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, so this is it's kind of anticlimactic way to end the episode because it's probably the least strong period of Sodom, but that should whet the appetite for part 2 because of the comeback. Because this is a band that kind of finds a new vitality as the 90s end and the 2000s kick off, especially with records like Code Red and M16 and stuff kind of moving forward. So there's a lot to look forward to for people that are not well versed in Sodom, but if you are, it's going to be fun to sort of play around in part 2, and we'll read the letters from people at the end of part 2 because there'll be a much shorter episode, I imagine, because there's not as much scholarship that we have to kind of get into and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, letters and feedback on recent episodes. We love hearing that stuff. If you can go on Spotify, on Apple Music and write us a review, leave us a 5-star rating, all that kind of stuff really helps kind of bump us up a little bit. You can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can get a hold of us to leave comments on Facebook, Mark and Jason and Mark on Facebook. You can get a hold of us on Twitter at Requiem, at Podcast Requiem. Or you can just look up Requiem Metal Podcast, also on Instagram, all those sort of places. And I try and accumulate that stuff when people send it and take screenshots and things like that, but I probably missed something. So my apologies. It has been been a couple months of accumulating some things, but I
have to print them out. Otherwise I forget.
Yeah, I should do that. I do. Oh, I got a new printer at my house. So now it's a Bluetooth one. So nice. Now I can actually print shit at my house now instead of just waiting to do it at school. But if you want to become a patron, if you like what we do, you appreciate all the research and all the time and energy that we put into kind of doing this stuff, and you want to give back a little bit, we really do appreciate that. It's super awesome. And like I said, we're going to be recording an exclusive episode here pretty soon. We usually do best of shows and a couple others throughout the year. We'd like to get a little bit better at it, but we also do these epic fucking long ass real episodes. So it kind of has eaten into some of our Patreon stuff, and most of our patrons don't care that much. But because of the patience of waiting for a couple months, not canceling your Patreon,
that's been that's been awesome that people have stuck by us. But I think we proved ourselves pretty good in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I hope people know we're definitely,
and it's not because we're bored or something. It's like there's a lot of life changes, and every once in a while you need to take a break and recharge.
Well, it's funny. I had these Sodom notes written like 3 or 4 weeks ago because I think there was a point where we were going to maybe try and do it like at the end of June, right when I got back from Spain. But then shit just got too crazy for you. So we're like, let's just put it on pause, So
yeah,
I had to pull my notes out again and like revisit them. Like, okay, what the fuck did I write down like a month ago? So, but yeah, again, to our new patrons, Michael Held, Roop Groove, Frupe Persson, John Burkhold, Daniele Petro. We do really appreciate that. And if you want to become a Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com, our website. And there is basically a Patreon link right directly from our website that you can kind of go. There's merch there. We always forget. I think Mark and I's plan sometime, although he's pretty busy with life shit, but is to, maybe do some updated t-shirts and things like that down the road.
Well, I was thinking of doing, because right now it's it's a fulfillment thing, like a lot of people use. Yeah. And I'd rather just do it where we like offer the patrons like, hey, anybody that's interested, here's the designs. So, and then we get some sizes and counts, and then we do some little bit extra, and then whatever we sell, and don't have to worry with a third party, because it'd be cheaper for people to buy them, and we'd get more direct money too.
Yeah.
Like I think pay it off easy.
Well, and we want to send out shirts to some of the people who've been interviewed. I know and stuff like
absolutely.
that, rep it a little bit and stuff like that. So definitely. But we'd love for people to become Patreons, and if you want to get some Requiem podcast shirts or grocery bags and some other things like that, go to requiemmetal.com and you can click on the link for that as well. And again, if you haven't gone back through our feed lately, our whole feed is updated thanks to Jordan Bondo, so you can find all 300 plus episodes of Requiem. You can go back, listen to old episodes from 2008, 2009, where we didn't do as much research and we're just kind of flying off the cuff. But hey, you know what? It's kind of fun. So there you go.
Well, they're all remastered, with show notes.
Yeah,
we're found. Jordan did a hell of a job.
God damn, man, what a great guy. So appreciate that, Jordan. So. But yeah, so we're going to end things with Masquerade and Blood, the title track from 1995's Sodom record. And we'll be back very, very soon with the comeback with Sodom Part 2, just starting our international thrash series here. And of course, starting in Germany. So for Masquerade and Blood, Sodom Part 1, again, thank you to Tom Angelripper for the interview stuff. We'll hear some more clips from him in Part 2. But for all that stuff, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Try!